We return following half-time. This match has continued at the same pace. Yes. We left it previously at. Footscray having two chances to test Ali Reza Shamkhani. The initial from Redzipovic. Hancock's the follow-up. Big wrestle upon Shimo. Play resumes! Despite the protests from Shimo, and Macca Hancock's, like a hammer, bulldozes his opponent over and finishes. The Arans look bemused. You have to play the whistle. That's exactly what Footscray had done. And Shimo, out of frustration, wasn't far away from finding an equaliser. 5 score changes. And for the first time, it's Footscray who hit the front in the second half. Caught by Jinghe. Mohau. Barrientos. Not able to control. Shimo Bequero. Apologise to William Venegas. He wanted the ball quickly. And as commentator, it's hard to be ball boy as well. Bequero stumbled on the ball, but in fact it favoured Venegas, who will go back to his keeper, Shamkhani, whose distribution so far today has let his side down. Hancock's moving around the ball. Redzipovic gave it a hit. And why not? Tamori. Dominguez. Shimo. Dominguez. Tamori. Crafty, the back heel. Dominguez. Shimo playing pivot. Getting bundled by Frost. His physicality has given the number 4 a different layer to his game so far today. Lots of voice. It's a leadership on the court from the fixo position. Shimo's looking to use his acceleration to wheel around him. Dominguez had to win the ball. Would have been a swift transition prospect for Footscray if the number 7 hadn't. Frost. Barrientos. Redzipovic. Barrientos. Redzipovic. We're going to the book. He sent the ball out of the arena. That's the first blemish in terms of cards today. Now the Arans need to change their fortunes. Have certainly been up against it. You look at their Weefroth recent form, it's 5 losses in succession. In desperate need of turning things around, Shimo Taking down Hancock. He's back up on his feet. He's got a chance to score, and he will. Macca Hancock's up on his feet, making up the ground to make the space, and finding the finish beyond Shamkhani for Footscray to extend to their biggest winning margin, that of a 2-goal buffer, after 7 minutes played in the second half. Can the Arans formulate a rebuttal to what's been quite the argument expressed by those in green? Jalali flicking. Hancock's, what a player he's been so far today. 3-1 for Footscray, a hat-trick on the cards. Barrientos crying towards that of the man with confidence, Hancock's, who wanted the glory. Shamkhani had committed. The flick was the idea, and it goes over the crossbar by the recent scorer. Ali. Really well done. Dominic was unlucky. Fantastic attacking craftsmanship from Muhammad Ali. It was unfortunate. He's back in possession. Aaron's lifting. They're committing further men forward. Hancock spinning around Tamori. Was forced to the ground following the shot being taken on. Jalali across the face of goal. Dominique is not arriving. They're carving out chances, the Arans. Slightly misfortunate not to make something click. Suarez down the line following a lengthy spell on the bench. Rezipovic. Jalali confronted by Elahi. Tamori. Ali. Dominiguez. Lateral ball, Tamori. Takes charge, Frost. Would have had an opportunity in behind Alex Stodge. Although encouraging, that of Dino Rezipovic. Knew how close that could have been for a goal-scoring opportunity for Frost, if the pass was accurate. Suarez wrestling with Tamori. Important ball to win. Tamori got his pass away. Nobody home further down inside the Arans attacking third. Suarez. Frost. Dispossessed. Jalali running at Elahi. Well, we only have the win-loss head-to-head record against these two sides. The Arans have had some success against Footscray. 4 wins to 3 on the head-to-head rankings. The Arans want to try to turn their fortunes around. Footscray with a commanding 2-goal lead, the lengthiest of the clash so far, as we cross to a timeout break. The return from the timeout. Aaron's went to fifth man, which hasn't proved to pay dividends. It's up the stock market at the other end, and Footscray have found their fifth. Frost with his second. The vacant net proving to not be the difference maker the Arans had intended. And Footscray are flying. They lead by 3 goals. Arans will remain with the fifth man. Ali has the kid on a massive scramble from he. Prevents Jalali from getting any shot away at the back posts. The captain's corner deep for Dominguez. Resetting with the fifth. Pivotal moments in this match's complexion. Baquero. Baquero. Dominguez. He sees it all the way. He's been told to shoot. Xinghe perhaps was delayed. That's exactly, well, not perhaps, that's exactly what Stodge is crying out to Seb Sterrell. Jalali goes into the book, stopping the keeper. And either is a Shamkhani is nowhere near. In fact, his bib has gone on, so there'll be no intent to swap keepers when the Arans aren't in possession. Ali's going to have to goalkeeper. Suarez joins the goal scoring party. He finishes. And Shamkhani would have had difficulty preventing that from going in. Rizipovic rolled for Suarez, who rolled into the bottom left corner. Footscray galloping away in the Flemington straight. 4 goals. Their lead extends out towards. Muhammad Ali, a deep breath out of almost disdain. He's tried all the tricks up his sleeve. He concedes that the fifth man not be working for now. Frost with another opportunity. And that's it, pick of the bunch. Lots of composure for the second hat-trick recipient for Footscray of Elliot Frost, who shifted the ball to his preferred right, found the corner to the right of the nets. And Footscray have turned their fortunes around. It was a slow start to the campaign. They're looking well and truly home against the Melbourne Arans to make it 4-all on the head-to-head rankings and boost their ladder position. Splitting ball from Shokri. Now Venegas to utilise Dominguez. Frost not around Venegas. Considering the Arans have played 5 games so far, Footscray, this is their 5th game of the season. This result will take them to 9 points. Will be equal momentarily with RMIT, who are to play Northcote today. What a 6-pointer that will truly prove to be for the bottom of the table side, who haven't really found not just points but a voice in making what was their idea of a playoff position. Although we can see it's early days, there's still always time to turn things around, and well, you can't exactly take much more time. You have to get yourself up off the canvas, and that's exactly what Marasic and company will try to do against RMIT shortly. That rounds out the competition for round 6. Alex Dodge will take a timeout. They want to set up a free kick. Set piece play. What was murmured from the Stodge and Footscray camp, and they're loving life at the moment. They lead by 5 goals, 7-2 the score against the Melbourne Arans. So we cross to a timeout break. What's set play in store for Footscray? Frost, there it is! Redzepovic, they work it supremely well from the dead ball. It's a choice of celebrations which has been decided from the Footscray bench. They know this game is well and truly home. The Arans deploying their understudy keeper for some match experience. Hamid Rahimi will see out the match in between the sticks. There is Hisham Khani, rather reserved in his look from the bench. The manager no longer on the court. Footscray proving to withstand the early Arans momentum. Bulleen watching on. And well and truly equipped today are the championship leaders. And looking dapper in their new kits. Kensington have experienced a match against that of the current league leaders in the Series Futsal League Cup. Early taste for what's to follow between these two sides. It was the Eagles who won by 3 goals, 7-4 the full-time scoreline. And Benjamin Grillo was a man who proved to be too dangerous for that of Bulleen, which kept the Eagles undefeated so far this season. Despite cup football being one thing, it was a match which had seen many players from both sides of importance not feature. So the most important clash to date so far in the championship, not far away from transpiring. So both sides are all in good spirits towards each other. Buckle up for what's going to be quite the match in terms of the championship title race. Frost away from Venegas. Redzipovic for Frost. They walk it in. Looking at double digits of Footscray. Frost has been like his namesake, cold as ice today. What a shift from the number 4. If he's not providing, he's scoring them. A nifty player he's truly turned out to be for Alex Dodge. Last 90 seconds. Suarez, despite the match and result all being well and truly summed up, still playing at his highest level. Ilahi pulls Shem off the ball, and the Arans will scramble for a late consolation prize. Upon the resumption of championship futsal, the Arans have an extended break. They return in round 8, the 26th of April, against Braybrook FC. The Footscray taking on Kensington in round 7 on the 19th. So a brief break with Easter occurring next weekend. Series Futsal League Cup action to resume the 3rd round on the 12th of April. That starts with Fitzroy and Pascoe Vale. The 1 p.m. kickoff. The Arans will take on Braybrook. Footscray will take on Bulleen. So get up for the cup. That will be when futsal is to make its return following out of the Easter break next weekend. Samuel Shemo accepts his going into the book from Michael Ciaris. So yellow cards issued for Footscray. The 2 for the Arans. Dominiguez was one of the yellow card recipients. Shimo's at handball. Seb Sterrell. Well, if Shimo had done that intentionally, it would have been a second yellow. The man in yellow had to get himself well and truly across his goal line. It was Frost yet again. Proving to be such a difficult customer for the Arans. How well he's played for Footscray. Mohau recycles. Footscray looking at their 3rd win of the season. She'll move them a place up the table for now. The Arans, despite deploying more players, haven't been able to find the chemistry. And Footscray record their heaviest win to date so far in this series futsal championship. They round out a complete performance against the Melbourne Arans with the full-time score. Footscray FC 9, Melbourne Arans 2. The most important championship game to date has set alight here at DCSS. It's up and away. Kensington Eagles, Bulleen FC. It's going to be a game of absolute pandemonium if the kickoff is an indicator of such. Adam Palombi on the call. Always a pleasure to be on the championship, and boy do we have the game for you. The second of today's 3 installments of round 6. Two sides undefeated in the competition, up against each other for the first time. The Eagles have the nod against that of Bulleen, having won in the cup by 3 goals, a full-time score of 7-4. Evenly matched. Bulleen sit at the top of the championship tree, having sustained a positive 3-goal score difference against that of those in red. The only thing separating these two sides as we enter their first clash of this year's campaign. The championship in season 2 of 2025 was won by FC Carlton Heart, which got them automatically re-promoted back into Series Futsal Premiership. That's exactly what both sides want to accomplish. Having spoken to all those around both clubs, that's what they're playing for. The title, simply a bonus. Playing in the promised land of the Premiership, what they both want to accomplish. On court, the lineup. We'll start with the league leaders, that of Bulleen FC. Their danger man of Nico Krusaratis will lead from the pivot position. Dennis Kyriakos joins that of Luke Gallo and Sebastian Igotso. Make that Samuel Igotso rather on court. With Elias Zinas as the goalkeeper. Gallo drifting through. Kyriakos keeps his feet. As for the Eagles, they are without perhaps one of their most important players. Oliver Patton is not listed today on We Froth. Instead, they'll rely on the likes of Michael Skoufis, who's the goalkeeper, Jamil Malakia, Ben Grillo, Patrick Mara, Theo Tsatsurius, with Johnny Krokadis on the bench. Krusaratis will play the rolling foul. The Nico show has started early, and Bulleen are off to an early start. Igotso was fouled. He was protesting towards that of Michael Ciaris. Krusaratis played advantage and finished nicely. It is important to mention there was a slight delay in kickoff considering the goalkeeper kit for the Eagles had clashed, although that's what the officials were trying to decipher. The blue not to clash, and perhaps that's why things might have just gone astray. As Krusaratis flicks in towards the centre, Gallo restarts. Urged to shoot. Zinzas gave it a wayward effort. Kyriakos in for his second. Well, the match's second is what's occurred there. It was Mara who wasn't sure where to go. That's why he wears the number 9 on his back. Kyriakos into the bottom corner, and Bulleen have flown out the gate. They lead by 2-0. Compression sleeve around the arm of Nico Krosaratis, which was not controlled, and Grillo, the beneficiary of a foul. The Eagles look grounded. They don't know exactly how to make things work. Bulleen, on the other hand, very well equipped as to how to start this game. And their ideas have been turned to facts as they lead by 2-0. Kyriakos scored the second. Krosaratis with the first. Gallo. Big cry of man on comes from the bench. Malakia thought he had a goal scoring opportunity. Gallo was intelligent to earn the foul. Krosaratis flicking for Gallo. Chance for a third for Bulleen. And the style which they take it in says its own story. Luke Gallo drifting, twisting, turning and chipping. That of Scoofus. The Eagles have to call for a timeout. They're in panic stations. They lead by 3-0 to Bulleen as we cross to a timeout break. Well, Bulleen have been in a menacing mood in the opening 9 minutes of this clash. Full rotations have not even occurred yet for those in blue. Futarat, Patrikas, Razul and Hussein haven't featured yet. It's Ben Gallo, coined as Galatelli, who's certainly been playing with flamboyance. The style which Mario Balotelli admires. He goes away again, Gallo. Krosaratis can pick his place. Scoofus with an important confidence-building save. Kyriakos. Gallo. Told to shoot. Tsatsoudias with an important block. Igotso on the edge of the D, wanted a foul. Sepstero nods his head to say no. Galatelli making the headlines right now. He's been the linchpin, the live wire, the man active. He's really gotten full use of those around him, the man in possession now. Krosaratis. Zintas wanting the ball at his feet, the keeper.
If they score, wait 5 seconds after. Just please try and remember.
Zudius deeper for the Eagles. Grillo yet to ignite. They don't need half a chance for the number 9. He's been in great form recently, and that's exactly what the man can do. It was a side ball for the Eagles. Gallo wasn't sure how to get the ball cleared. Insert Grillo. You watch it back in the replay, he was so determined to make a half opportunity count. An important goal for the Eagles to score. Futrat enters the court. The scoreline 3-1 in favour of Bulleen if you are just joining us. Kyriakos Krusaratis and Gallo have opened the scoring. It was Grillo, the maiden goal for the Eagles. Krusaratis, the touch sets him up, hits the post. Kyriakos will follow up. For a player of such height to contain his feet, he was unfortunate, Krusaratis, although Kyriakos instinctive upon the follow-up. And Bulleen manufacture a goal despite conceding. The State League Cup out of the series variety. Perhaps the match that Bulleen were able to work upon following the result going the Eagles' way. No Aaron Fabrice, no Ollie Patton, no David Stojic. 2 to 3 really important players not featuring. As Krokadis couldn't wheel. Krusaratis loves to be isolated. Does the number 11. He lost his footing. Alakia wanted Grillo. Krusaratis loves this situation. Kukaris had to intervene, the number 7. Used his body well. Grillo, lovely flick down the line from Alakia. Futsarat with the strength to shoulder under the rampaging. Alakia out of play. As Kyriakos, with his protest, will go into the book. Michael Ciaras taking no nonsense in this series futsal championship match of the round. Grillo wants to get a shot away. Rolls onto his left, Grillo. Still going, deflecting ball. Wasn't too upset with the effort, but the Eagles get a corner. Oxiaris getting his point across to Kyriakos, who has scored twice. He has to be careful because he's gone into the book. Bulleen will get the timeout they've been after. Kyriakos rather letting the match get to him, although Bulleen are enjoying a 3-goal deficit. They lead 4-1 against the Eagles as we cross to yet another timeout break. Sinsas rolls and gets it moving. Razul, with his first couple of touches, the captain, prior to kick-off, mentioned he's worked 13 days in a row prior to today being his day off. Well, no days off or rest for the wicket, considering the captain has the shift to complete this afternoon on court. Razul pressing. His counterpart number 7. Kwakaris wasn't sure where to go. Kept him by foot of that. Real tussle for the ball in the midcourt. Hussain lost possession. Thought the side ball would be blue. It's red instead. Grillo down the line. Kwakaris. Mara, Grillo awaits the movement. Told to shoot Kwakaris. It finds its way in. Sinsas displeased. The Eagles slow it down. Gallo not tracking his man. It goes through the number 45's legs and does the same for the keeper. The Eagles claw one back. They trail by 2 goals. Hussain holds it up. Futarats. Gallo. Hussain. Futarats. Bulleen now looking for some poise on the ball. Tsutsurius holds it up. Mara, his shot will bounce into that of Kwakaris. Gallo wants the springboard forward with the ball at his feet. The 1-2 not working. Kwakaris venturing forward. It was awkward for the keeper. Sinsas with a double save. Danger not averted. A triple save by the man in orange. Tsutsurius well handled by Sinsas. Similar shot to which you conceded earlier. Gallo shifting direction. Razul wins the ball. The captain. The cutback never arrived. Skoufis had to present himself the keeper. Mara. Anakia was darting on the opposite flank. Hit with venom by Tsutsurius, but central for Sinsas to claim. Skoufis. Mara controls it. The Eagles finding rhythm. Long ball passing. Malakia, nearly the first touch he intended. Gallo goes to ground. Although not on Weefroth, Escanilla makes his way onto the court. Was donning the fly kit prior to kick off the number 5. Adds lots of stability and playing in the pivot. Brilliant body work from Gallo. Footadat was vacant in the centre. The corner taken quickly. Footadat flying a boot at it. Gallo was so nonchalant with his body, which had given him the advantage to make something happen from nothing. Escanilla. Sitsunias progressing further up the court. Gallo loves shifting onto his left. Igotso re-emerges. Escanilla trying to withstand the physicality from Zitsunias, who fluctuates into the pivot. Zitsunias wanted pace on the delivery. Which Malakia wasn't aware of. So Jalil and Tamim Malakia trying to make things work, both on court at the same time. Venturing up and down the court, Escanilla, pedestrian. Told to wake up by his bench. Mara, Zitsunias. It's a nice battle between the fixer and pivot. Gallo in hot pursuit, senses some nerves in possession for the Eagles. Zitsunias wanting out of Jalil Mamakia. Tamim had to be clean. Gallo going with the ball forward. So much acceleration from Galatali. The physicality starting to lift. Scoreline suggests the match is in the balance. Gallo. Zinsas. Escanilla. Not around Zitsunias. Keeper for a second was off his line. Zitsunias, not enough. Possession exchanging between both red and blue so quickly. Malakia will call for calm. The 1-2 with Malakia. Who wanted the top corner, Jamil. The Eagles finding some futsal, which might be damaging to that of Bulleen, who started this contest so well. The Eagles have delegated what was a quick start and have drawn the contest back to a reachable scoreline. They trail by 2 goals. Gallo's been such a threat. Malakia, nice tussle between the two. Krusaratis couldn't keep his feet. His cries to the officials won't go in vain. He is awarded the foul, the number 11. The Eagles have conceded that of 4 fouls. Zinsas believes there should be more. Great feel to this game as Hussein will want to strike his effort underground. Zinsas. The Eagles sitting deep inside the defensive half. Krusaratis, ball pinballing around a sea of bodies. Igotso sends it back to the southeast. Kokaris. Grillo. Flicking down the line, Tsudius. Has the strength, does the number 6. It's worked to out of the Eagles' advantage. Grillo couldn't keep the ball on a string. Igotso goes down. It's in dispute inside the D for the Eagles. Pexty wants a counter. 2 against 3 momentarily, favouring the Eagles. Big slide will work from Malakia. Grillo. It's the same predicament at the other end. Grillo wants to go as direct as possible. Kyriakos wants to clear. Kokaris will control. Last 20 seconds. Does this half have a 7th goal? Kusaratis calling for a send. Oxiaris calling for a wire free kick, considering the ball had hit the ceiling. Igotso will storm forward. That'll be half time. And what a contest it's really displayed. 6 goals, Bulleen, with 4 of them scored to their advantage. Kyriakos, Kusaratis, and Gallo all showcasing their best futsal. A double for that of the number 9. The Eagles clawing the margin back with a couple. As we cross the half-time, it's Bulleen FC 4, Kensington Eagles 2. Play resumes for the second half of the Series Futsal Championships 6th round match of the round. The Eagles in need of 2 goals to make it level. Bulleen with that quick start we mentioned ever so frequently. Despite what was a short half-time break. The Eagles wanting no time wasted on court. They need to be at their best to formulate a response against the side they have defeated in recent weeks. Grillo. Wanting to wheel around his counterpart number 9 of Kyriakos. Out of play, it had gone in to the back of the net. We have a look at the league's top scorer rankings. Payam Jalali leads with 11 goals scored so far this campaign. Nico Krusaratis on 9 goals. He's chasing that tally. He's already found one in this clash today. Dennis Kyriakos now on 8 goals for the season, working his way up those ranks in his own right himself. It has really been an even competition so far this year's championship. Both sides, as we mentioned, into today's game, not experiencing a defeat. They've slowly established themselves as real title contenders. Krusaratis having fun with some step overs. His shot was blocked on 2 occasions. Kyriakos holding up for Krusaratis. The Eagles manifesting a force field around that of Skoufis, preventing these shots from Bulleen finding their way towards the keeper. Lots of bodies surround the man in blue. Sinsas to shoot. He had lots of time, the man in orange. His efforts have been rather wayward. Krakaris flicks in. Good goalkeeping. Tsatsoudias was well and truly on for the pass. Grillo in transition has Krakaris. Puts it up with the block. Igotso nifty to get his footwork on towards Kyriakos. Igotso went a long way, did the number 11. The follow-up hits the crossbar. Effort for reward personified. As Samuel Igotso had gone to the moon and back, and upon taking a breath, follows up the effort which hit the crossbar, and Bulleen extend to a 3-goal lead. Mara test his luck. It's of the assumption that the Eagles had only started to find a response to lots of the shooting chances which Bulleen were establishing. Meanwhile, they might have another as Krusaratis gets around the keeper. Grillo off the line. Futsal. Thought he won the ball. Seb Sterrell believes otherwise. Krakaris. Igotso's been well in so far this second half. In fact, 2 well in on that time around. He thought about protesting. Sends his bench. It's a bit of a laugh. Comedic relief. He controlled himself in the end. Had the recent goal scorer. Krakaris testing. And plunging. Sinsas into a save. Eagles corner. Krasaratis holding things up. Krakaris. The slight hold. Cry the Bulleen bench. Futsal shifting onto his left. It opened up. The Red Sea had parted for Futsal. Wanted placement upon the shooting chance. Mara. Sitsudius. Gotsop blocking the pass. Grillo. The Eagles not showing signs of desperation, but certainly want to be direct. They want to be a side attacking. Scoofus being congratulated by his teammates. He's had a lot to do today in between the sticks. The efforts he's been up against have been irrefutable. Sinsas, Futurats, blocked. Scoofus does well. Krasaratis, a double save needed by the number one. Danger. Not rectified currently. From the Eagles' standpoint, Krasaratis' corner back to the keeper. Sinsas has had license. Got so stretched onto Krasaratis, who had vacated the space. Mara. Malakia. Eagles showing no signs of rushing this forward move. They're in a corner. Grillo doesn't mind drifting onto that weapon left foot he possesses. Malakia. Gallo, defensively sound. Walks the ball forward, Krasaratis. 3 against 2 for Bulleen. Scoofus blocking the angles, which forced a shot wide from Nico Krasaratis. Mara. From the bench instructing Sitsudius. Nobody home. The idea was for the Malakias to receive the ball and bounce with it. Simply pass and move. Razul runs onto the court and makes an interception. Grillo. Defended by Kyriakos, not allowing for Grillo to wind up for a shot. Bulleen not in damage control, but showcasing an attentive approach. Sudius asking where is the movement from his team. Malakia. Kyriakos, 3 against 2 again for Bulleen. Razul arrives. Kyriakos. Well placed. Jamil Malakia. Sitsudius wins the battle against Krasaratis. This time around he's shot just wide. Sinsas flirting with the idea of going down the court for Krasaratis. Halfway through the second half. Krasaratis, lovely touch. Gallo has the wheels to get there. He chops onto his left. Razul awaits the move. He's calling for it from Krusaratis. Gallo not through Malakia. It's been a great tussle between those two today. Grillo got a boot onto it and was awarded the foul. Sinsas came a long way. Sinsas goes into the book. The Eagles issue timeout upon the resumption of play, have a very important set piece. If they can find a routine to their advantage, might have it all to play for. They trail by 3 goals as we cross to timeout. Sinsas organising his wall. Grillo testing the keeper. The split second the whistle had sounded. Malakia, Callow, how's he won the ball there? Scoofus, Grillo on to his right this time around. Not much court to work with. It's saying nobody home. Tracking back in a hurry, the number 10. Sadzurius, he shot, lofting over the crossbar. Both sides make their returns to SFE Championship competition on the 19th of April. Bulleen against current third place holders RMIT FC at the 1 o'clock kickoff. Kensington up against an informed Footscray FC at 2:10. Was he out of his box? Sinsas has been sent off. He cannot believe it. He looks towards the bench. He's got no idea. He's not happy about the call. We look at it back in the replay. The keeper just out of his area. He handled the ball. Grillo surely would have scored. The turning point in the match might have just happened here in Darebin. He is not a happy customer, Sinsas. A big test upcoming for Bulleen. The Eagles never out of this game. Frustrated, the game getting to that of the shot stopper. Elias showing the door. Trying to investigate who's gone in Sinsas's place. I believe it might be Daniel Petrikis. In fact, it is Daniel Petrikis. He's got a lot to do. He looks rather nervous. Bulleen hold a 3-goal lead. Sinsas claiming it's hit his shoulder, not his hand. The replay, but we're not going to get it back currently. Might tell a different story. Grillo, big save! That sends the Bulleen bench into voice again. The first test of Patricus. He passes with flying colours. The match's complexion changes for now. The Eagles have 2 minutes or until they score. They have one extra player on the court. Gallo knew exactly what to do in that situation. Tries to wheel around 2 red shirts to draw out an extra man. Tsoudias at the back post on his own. Gallo, inspired individually, has Kyriakos on for a hat-trick. The cut back! Unselfish from Kyriakos, and Gallo was in support upon the attack. And Bulleen have fight in their 6th, despite having a man down. The replay might not be viable at the minute. All inspired individually from Gallo, who was certainly wanting to make something happen despite being a player down. They still remain out of a man down to Bulleen. Patricus with an important save. Gotsos, fresh off the bench, has Kyriakos. The cut back, stumbling Gotso. He can't believe he hasn't scored. He springboarded off the bench, had the number 6. And despite Sinsas not being all smiles following his sending off, he's all smiles now from the opposite side of the DCSS playing court. What a match from a Bulleen perspective. The Eagles will have opportunities to rectify this result in recent weeks. But Howard sends a message to the top of the table position. Footadat has Gallo, Kyriakos on his own. Igotso, I'll look to see out the result on the clock. Mara, 3 against 2. Block from Igotso. Gallo. The armband flies off of Mara. Bulleen get the timeout. It's been a great performance from the current league leaders. The Gallo show, it truly has turned out to be at DCSS. Scoring despite being a man down, showing their quality. 6-2, we cross to a Bulleen FC timeout. Bulleen enjoying themselves on court. They're in for a 7th. The message this sends to the competition is spine-chilling. 7 of the best. Igotso with another, orchestrated by Gallo. The Eagles perhaps being understaffed today, but never really were able to withstand such a ferocious, aggressive, offensive game plan, which Bulleen have played to full fruition. Remainder of this contest, surely all to be footnotes. The result well and truly done. Igotso, Gallo, what a thorn he's proved to be in not just the side of Kensington, but in all sides of the competition. It's really proved a menace to play against. The number 45. Hussein controls Igotso, looking for a line-breaking pass. The Eagles will have time before their match with Footscray to rectify the result they've experienced today in Series Futsal Leagues Cup action. When they face current 3rd place RMIT FC in the Cup. Must be stated, this isn't a indication of what the Eagles are capable of. They've certainly got a lot of quality amongst their ranks. They've had a few players of importance not feature today. They cannot be overlooked after what's been a very impressive Bulleen performance. Spearheaded by this man. And Razul will place it into the bottom corner, the captain. Gallo has had involvement in everything. On a plate for the number 7. Despite the billing for round 6, showing what was to be an even amount of games, it's been broken open here. 8-2 in favour of Bulleen. RMIT and Northcote not far away. Northcote simply have to find a result. They cannot go nearly 2 months of futsal without having a point to their name. Be a major disservice to what their ambitions were at the start of the season. They need to find something, and RMIT are no slouches. They sit in 3rd for a reason. Certainly have the talent on display today too. That of the Redbacks. So it will be a tall order for Northcote, but they need to start somewhere, and you'd feel like it has to be today. Their campaign to really hit the runway and take off. Abdi Ahmed is in the building. Lots of serious futsal premiership experience with Fitzroy, Melbourne Aku. Now applying his trade in the championship. A rounder performance from the side leading by 6 goals. Kyriakos, Skello and Negotso all on a couple each. Chrysaratis and Razul rounding out that of the goal scoring tally. Krakaris and Grillo making up the 2 for the Eagles. And despite the sending off for Elias Sidsas, Daniel Petrikas has come onto the court and not conceded. Tonight a brilliant free kick effort from Grillo. His hands would have felt it in the morning. He was nervous upon coming onto the court, it must be said. His facial expressions certainly showed that to be the case, but showed no nerves on the court while playing. Hussein could have had the cutback for Gallo. He apologises, but there's no apologies made from a Bulleen perspective. They make a statement against the Eagles in the championship. They remain undefeated, the only side without a blemish so far this season. Full time in Darebin. The championship leaders retain their position at the top of the table in style, rounding out second place Kensington, 8 goals to 2. Will the season start now for Northcote? They are truly in a rut at the minute. Other side in white, they have not recorded the point yet after what has been more than 5 rounds of Series Futsal Championship. And at this stage of the season, it's not tinkering on panic siren sounding yet, but certainly not far away from the lights flashing in the cockpit. Adam Palombi to see through the last championship match this evening before that of the Series Futsal Premiership is to begin. No, it's not night time here in Darwin. The sun's shining on the court. It will truly trickle into the night as the day progresses. Daylight savings ending by this time next week. We'll be having futsal nights come thick and fast, as RMIT have enjoyed a thick and fast start to the season. Only the one loss experienced to their name so far. They sit in 3rd place, have the chance with a win today to jump Kensington. They'll be on the same points, although it will simply be a matter of score difference to have them sit in 2nd place with the result going in their favour today. Northcote can jump to 6th if they are to win. They have a game in hand upon Braybrook and Footscray, but take their tally to 3 points this season and in good stead ahead of their clash upon the resumption of Championship Futsal, which occurs against Braybrook in round 7 on the 19th of April. They'd assume quite the calculated, methodical approach from those in white today. Isho Haskell is the goalkeeper. Garcia, Morasic, and the 2 brothers of the Merrimans are the on-court lineup for Northcote. As for the Redbacks, Marabi is in between the sticks. Ahmed joins the likes of Stella. And to quarter the way froth, that of Amir Askari. And Faisal Tosakil on court. Northcote with, well, it was 1 extra player on their interchange. In fact, a late out, it was Marty Al-Khawaja who succumbed to injury, had complaints with his right leg following that of youth competition played yesterday. So both benches even on 9 players each. And interchanges available to be made as looking to make inroads early. And the number 19, we're not sure who exactly. Perhaps Ella McKeed, in accordance to the way froth. It's been a bit all over the shop today. The championship sides leaving us commentators guessing who is who in the zoo. Not to mention the well-minted kits RMIT are donning at the moment. Custom made. A nice new look for the side. Stella inside the top 5 for goal scorers so far this season. Number 7 in possession. Ahmed. Deft touch for Stella, and there's your opener. RMIT in the opening 3.5 minutes have liftoff. Intricate play from Zaki Ahmed, the 1-2 with Stella, who started and finished the move. Lift off for the Redbacks. They lead by a 1-0. Stella might be in again. The crossbar reverberating. Ahmed proving to be difficult to handle at the moment. Garcia told to go. Morasic. Garcia, that's more like it with the turn. Haskell. venturing off his line, the keeper. It's well done. Preventing that of Al Hamid from finding a scoring opportunity. Stella out of play. Well then, Eshan Azay not taking his bib off, and he has to do the change again because his bib never came off. He will go into the book. That doesn't show you how things are starting to go on at Northcote. I'm not sure what else could. Overzealous to get into the game was Rezai. Nice touch. Bit of movement from Askari. Akid. Stella, lots of tape. And that of Stella's right knee. That is perhaps an anonymous sign for us to transpire with his game, and left knee rather. Utilising his right foot well, Stella. Garcia. Ahmed nearly opening the door. Big slide was the idea from Askari. Sits down Garcia, who was gingerly in getting back up onto his feet. Stella. Down the court, Ahmed. Can't keep it in play. Rasic. Zay. Merriman wanting Garcia to make a journey down the court. Northcote getting compact into a tight space. Ahmed. Toto Kill orchestrating from the fixo. Rasic. Rasic. Garcia. Zay, Marasic. Wants to take the game on. Trying to make something happen. Marabi, all smiles, has not had a test yet, the goalkeeper. The warm-ups was rather fortunate considering all the shots being taken by his teammates prior to kickoff. Had hit the post. If they had not hit the post, Marabi had saved. Perhaps full of confidence following start of the game. Marasic, player continues. Marabi's first test into the path of Garcia, who breathes a sigh of relief. It was off the posted in. He went around Marabi. Marasic determined. Northcote with an equaliser. Their number 8 and captain squeezes the ball in. Totakil sussing out the well-being of Marabi, who might have worn one of the shots he saved in the bottom pits of his stomach. One apiece. Northcote finding their equaliser. From their backbone of Marasic, who was determined. Garcia, the beneficiary. Deep side ball for the Redbacks, earned by Akeed. Hit with Venom. Suhail Totakil. Garcia stumbling in a place you can't afford to stumble. And Suhail Totakil with all the pressure. His challenge ends in a goal. He jostles straight off to the bench, does the captain, whose confidence in recent weeks has been indicative of Northcote's form. They just equalised, and to concede a goal of that nature is telling from a side who have not been able to get out of their second gear so far this season. Totakil down the line, Akeed in a tussle with Merriman. That's a nifty ball, and a chance might open up. In need of the cavalry. Calafiore could only go as instinctively as one could on his own. Wasn't able to shift the ball around. Marabi to Diamantopoulos. Diamantopoulos was not sure where the ball had gone. Has it placed at his foot now? Rolls it for Akeed. Futsal Totakil on court. Diamantopoulos will have the side ball. Futsal Totakil. Diamantopoulos dispossessed. Akeed. Ramarasic does just enough. Works lateral. Does the number 19. Wanted a foul. Won't get it. Looked right towards Stebsterell. Totakil. Not around Merriman. RMIT on the front foot. Diamantopoulos in the fixo, utilises Marabi. Lofts it for Totakil, his header keeps the ball alive. Merriman awards a side ball for the RMIT Redbacks. Diamantopoulos. Into space. Suhail Totakil not able to do much with what was a wide ball towards his path. Marasic, Calafiore. Rezai can only shoot from a tight angle. Marasic thought about striking. There's not much more he could have done. Marasic not unsighting the keeper. Marabi at his near post, handles well. Puya Sefi. His first touch. Dimitropoulos nearly. A diamond in possession. Safi hits the deck. Totakill dancing on the edge of the area. Twists and turns. Haskell makes a save. And goes long. Marasic not going as longest. Dimitropoulos. Totakill. Safi. Heavy press from Merriman. It's well done, Lewis, says the Northcote bench. Calafiori. Safi flicking. One touch futsal between Safi and Totakill. Mazal Totakill. Marabi. Flicking over the top. That's how they're looking to play RMIT. Mason Fitzgerald on court. His first touch. Directs a header over the crossbar. The boy from Elwood loves futsal. Makes quite the journey to get out to the DCSS complex to apply his trade in the championship. Plays lots of youth. Can't really keep him away from Brunswick. He's someone that really embodies the game and doesn't mind his time on the court. Merriman, how's he got it through? Marabi reactionary. Extends the lead to make the save. That prompts RMIT to get back into gear. Ascari. Safi. Some poise in the ball. Sahal Totakill. Stumbling Marasic. Came across. The clearance was necessary from Ascari. That would allow the RMIT Redbacks to reset behind the ball. 2 minutes and 44 seconds to halftime. Garcia reintroduced. Calafiori. Merriman. Safi calling for it deep. Garcia. Marabi commands the space in his area. Comes a fair journey. Dimitropoulos. Stella. Dimitropoulos into Haskell, who came a long way. They made sure that both players' welfares were certainly in mind. They were quick to make sure that they're both okay following that collision. Safi. Ascari. Haskell's ball. Ascari, 3 against 3. Fitzgerald was hoping to defend the corner, and Dimantopoulos will score for the Redbacks. Ascari with what was a scuffed shot falling into the path of the Diamonds, who shone brightest. The Redbacks extend to a 2-goal lead. They lead the contest 3-1. Marasic, unlucky Merriman. Stella, Marasic controlling on the deck. His pass to Zay. Merriman on a warm one. Dimantopoulos, left and right. Marasic gesturing a dive towards Seb Sturrell. Merriman saying that despite he was experiencing some discomfort, it was all accidental. Garcia, the press works from the Redbacks. Stella. Nice ball. Safety. Not the nice touch, Marasic. Safety. Marabi controlling with his feet, flicking for Dimantopoulos. His flick not finding Stella. Rosé. That'll be half time despite the protests from all sets of players. The Redbacks establishing a healthy lead. They lead 3-1 Northcote, with the soul searching to continue in the second half. They're chasing a 2-goal deficit as we cross to half-time. Back underway for the last half of round 6.
Yeah, you're right.
And it's championship coverage. Series not too far away. The premiership from starting. And it's another 6-pointer on offer. It's Thornbury United FC up against FC Carlton Heart. Both sides in that clash in need of something. Carlton earned a point last week against Pascoe Vale in what was a really spirited result. Their first point of the season. It's only been a point apiece for both sides thus far in the competition. Not to mention the ever-important Turkish derby, where both the Blues and Hume can experience a win against each other, which would take them momentarily to joint points with Fitzroy at the top of the summit. It is the Lions who have the break this evening. And return against Fitzroy in the Series League Cup. The second weekend of April. Four goals different. The difference between Carlton and Thornbury. With the Hounds sitting at the bottom of the table with a negative 16 goal difference. That automatic relegation position. Dangerous for whoever resides at the bottom of the table, and goal difference could certainly define who goes down. It has in recent years. As the RMIT are looking for another. They should have had one, really. Akil shooting wide. Ahmed was in support. Haskell strong. Energy around DCWS rather sombre in anticipation of the premiership. Tots a kill out of play.
Yep, so if there's another one after this, I'll happily change it to 9-2.
You said 9-2 as well. So.
Yeah, actually, I thought it was. To be fair, I was turned around dealing with the goalkeeper. So.
There's nothing here. No, it wasn't passed. That's it.
Thank you. All right,
Also, yeah. Sorry, Russ.
No, it's no problem, man. There's no big issue.
Thank you. Can I walk behind you?
Rasic claiming he was held by Ahmed. Clearance lopped over the top. Rasic explaining to the officials he believes he had a foul. Play resumes. Garcia and Ahmed tangoing. Garcia edging closer forward and draws a corner.
Just check it. You know what, when we have issues like this, I know you have it paper. You understand the premise of why I take a record. Because when I was in championship at the top,
Rasic. Northcote with another corner. Calafiori short. Garcia. Marabi flinging long. Merriman well in to head away. Totakil twisting around Marasic. He puts a foot in. He's been rather vocal to either Seb Starrell or out of Benjamin Howland. Either flank he's positioned at. Ahmed, not through the traffic, the 1-2, good cut out, although there's a chance remaining, however. Askari nearly. Haskell, good goalkeeping. Ahmed. The 1-2, Askari threading the needle, not quite that time. Marasic, Merriman, Garcia. Not making up the chord, and well, Merriman's body language explains a story of its own. Haskell denying. RMIT looking to walk the ball in almost. There's been a few occasions where they've played it really close to the goals of Haskell rather than shooting. Merriman. Northcote in need of answers. They've been resorting to long balls which simply haven't worked. Akid. Ahmed with the flick. Totakil! Denied by Haskell. Strong hands at close proximity. Calafiori set to the ground. We'll get a foul. Looked to be a bit more than just a bit of shoulder contact made. It looked rather not aggressive, but borderline aggressive from out of Totakil. Calafiori able to try something from the free kick, although it's gone the other way, and the RMIT Redbacks are looking so menacing today. Wrong-footed Haskell. Akid wide of the post. Merriman charging through. Totakil never impeded out of the man on the ground, and Fitzgerald's won the ball back. Marabi came a long way. Away goes Merriman. Stella twisting. Akid. Totakil. Fitzgerald, nice cut out. Away goes Mason. Rolls it. Nearly. It's bouncing. It was so dangerous. Nearly from Rizé. Marabi spares all of his blemishes. He could not believe that hadn't gone in. The ball simply rolled on the line. That would have been intriguing had the ball gone into the back of the net to make it only a one-goal deficit for those who might. Haskell's been lifting in this game. He's made a few saves, the man in green. Northcote have to reward the keeper for his efforts. Garcia, their lone goal scorer so far in this clash. He's past pedestrian. Stella. Akeed. Merriman will be Northcote's ball. Fitzgerald. Garcia. Rizay calling for the ball. Garcia won't keep it in. Dimantopoulos for Stella. Toto kill. Heavy press from Rizay. Stella works it out for now. He's never wanting to keep the ball with his left foot, always using his right no matter where he might be. Can that be a weakness which Northcote can play against? It's subtle details like those which you'd assume a club like Northcote have to really try to compete against and use their advantage. Toto kill. A 1-2 not given by Akeed. Stella. Gets around Garcia. Haskell with the save. Akeed. It was sent in towards him at the real mid-region of his body. He couldn't steer the ball anywhere but over the crossbar and out of play. Great hustle from Stella. Northcote come undone. It had taken the Redbacks some time to score in this second half. But how about the hustle from Stella? A man inside the league's top 5 in terms of the Golden Boot race. Finds his first in this one in its second half. And the Redbacks might just appear to be home and hosed. It's all smiles from the RMIT perspective. It's not exactly, again, what Northcote have wanted to display. They continue their soul searching this season. Still yet to register a point. They will face, out of 6th place, Braybrook in round 7 on the 19th. Perhaps their greatest chance at finding lift off for their season. Have been mismatched in most of their games, have been competitive. Round 4 it was against the Eagles, only lost by 2 goals. It was 3-5 out of their favour on the opening round 4 clash back on the 8th of March. Weren't to score against Northcote. Only a couple goals scored against Bulleen, and it was a 6-2 victory for the current league leaders. So they haven't exactly been outplayed completely. It's the same scoreline they lost to RMIT by in the opening round out of 4-1. A lack of goal scoring perhaps just undoing what's been matches they haven't been out of. They haven't really shown signs of being, on paper, the weakest team in the competition. They just lacked that finishing touch. Had many transfers venture away from their ranks in the off-season. Haven't exactly rectified those changes made to their playing personnel. RMIT, on the other hand, have recruited well. Find themselves looking at a 2nd place spot come the end of today's championship round. Calafiori onto his left. Sefi with the save. Stella and Dimantopoulos work it out momentarily. Stella wanted it incisively from Totakil. Dimitopoulos. Short for Stella. Chemistry brewing between those two. Northcote, despite withstanding, it's been a frequent amount of attacks from those in black, haven't really threatened forward. Their movement has been okay, as simply the finishing inside the D hasn't come about at any stage, hasn't been there. At the other end, though, it's been occurring at a waterfall pace from RMIT. Seffi's shot ricochets off the crossbar. It's twice and they've hit the post. Northcote do a decent job of compacting space and forcing their opponents to overplay. It's the infiltration aspect of their game. It's their offensive, where they simply come undone. Calafiore gifted a half opportunity by Seffi, who had to recover promptly. Marasic. Not a great slide from Totakil. Northcote earn a free kick. It's the third RMIT foul. Garcia with a slide. Fitzgerald back on court. Fitzgerald sensed the underplayed pass for Dimitopoulos and was heavy on the hustle. Northcote issue a timeout. They trail by 3 goals. They have 3.5 minutes to fire all of them unreturned to salvage their first point of the season. Can they muster up the courage required as we cross to a timeout break? Marasic means business, as do Northcote. The fly kit on the back of Michael Marasic. Away we go. Northcote, 3 goals, 3.5 minutes to save their first point of the season. RMIT, in all honesty, have played at a comfortable rate today. Yet to be tested. Marabi, Stella will control. Marasic remains in between the sticks. Merriman, Marasic. RMIT might want to issue a timeout of their own. Haskell back in between the sticks. The Redbacks issue a timeout. They do not want to concede, is the murmur from their bench. They lead by 3 goals with a 4-1 scoreline in their favour as we cross to a timeout. The Redbacks do not want to concede. That's the message being rung around their bench for the most part. Haskell wanting to lurk off the court. Merriman urged to shoot, blocked. Insert the younger of the Merrimans. Totakill comes across. Lovely slide from Totakill. Haskell comes a long way with a slide of his own. Dimantopoulos. Sefi for Dimantopoulos. Big save, Haskell. 2.5 left. It's all systems go for Northcote. And Stella had the chance to seal it, all beyond reasonable doubt. Marasic. Couldn't touch it twice. Second place for the Redbacks. Following the Eagles' defeat earlier today, they're only within 3 points of Bulleen FC. Northcote still soul searching. It would take something very unlikely from here if they were to come back. Marabi hasn't really been tested at all these last few minutes with the fly kit on. Shots have been blocked by those in black shirts before reaching Marabi. Calafiori had the angle closed. Marabi. Garcia heads away. Stella. Quick for his own good. Last 90-odd seconds left for this week's instalment of round 6 in the championship. Bulleen FC remain at the top of the table, undefeated. A 9-2 victory against the Eagles. The opening clash had its own moments. Aaron's still on that losing skid despite being in matches competitively. Footscray remaining in the winners column. Our last minute of play. Northcote wanting something for the road. Marasic tests the keeper. His effort curls away beyond Marabi. And that's what happens when you shoot. The only way you can score. RMIT concede. Goes against their wishes. Merriman and Haskell. RMIT have to ensure that they see out the result, which should go in their favour. 31 seconds left on the clock, but they have conceded 5 fouls. Northcote have to go for it. There's no other way. They have to get a shot away pretty much now for any chance of a late equaliser. Merriman is more worried about the man on for the pass than the shot, and ball arriving at him. Tota kill, spinning, Merriman clearing. Despite Northcote showing intent, showing game awareness and shape and structure, RMIT were able to put their puzzle pieces in place and ensure that Northcote weren't able to find shooting opportunities. Fitzgerald, no holding call, rings out, 3 against 1. The clock might beat them. In fact, it will, despite Haskell making the save. The Redbacks are into second place following the result, which goes their way. They win against Northcote, 4-2. That's round 6, all said and done in the Series Futsal Victoria Championship. Up next, the Premiership, where FC Carlton Heart will take on that of Thornbury United in a real 6-pointer at the bottom end of the Premiership's tail. We cross to a close on the Championship full time. Northcote 2, RMIT 4. Mo Fatea, the Hounds are out and running amok again in 2026. Let's talk about how it's going to go for them, considering they're back up in SFV on circumstances which are known to the competition, but the Hounds are back up. What's the mood like in the training camp?
So first of all, Palombi, hey, it's been forever. Secondly, honestly, I was actually calm with being relegated to championship. I'm like, it gives us a season to rebuild and come back, because obviously since the last season, we weren't that bad. We just couldn't score goals, and that's why I'm happy. That's why I was happy for us to drop. But due to really funny circumstances, we're back up, and it's sort of sad, because it's we deserve to go down, and that's how it should be. But we've got an opportunity, and it's so why not take it? And for this season, I'm a lot more confident than last season, due to the big fact, I'm going to put it out there, I love Jono as a player. I love what he's going to bring for us. And so not taking away from what I had last season, but just being able to throw to Jono and he can go and do something now. I'm just that's going to be so much fun. That, as well as bringing Romario in as a coach. I really like him. He's maybe, so not like Dharma, who's really futsal minded. He's more of a manager, which I don't mind, because me as a player, it's always good to have someone who's gonna keep you on your toes and keep you fresh. And it's really exciting. It's also happened within the space of 2 weeks, and the fact that we've still got a whole 8 months, probably more of season to go. This is a roller coaster I'm really looking forward to.
On the topic of player availability, it's known that Thornbury have a fair amount of players that have commitments elsewhere. Considering the season's a long one, how does the club accommodate those potential issues?
Just on that, like even with the Swatsonia players, like they all played throughout the season last year and seasons before. Like the one thing I'll say who's really underrated is Luke Paoli's commitment. This guy, unless he's actually broken in half, he will be there and he'll give you 100%. It's not, hey coach, I'm going to sit down. He's like, boys, behind me and let's go. And that's been really, it's been brand new at Thornbury, because it's like no matter who you are, there are certain days where you're the leader and the boys just follow you. And it's like, it's been like really brand new at Thornbury as well, where there's pressure on you, but it's not bad pressure. Like, and Ashley would always come to me, hey Mo, win us this game. But it's like, it's more of a, I know you've got this, instead of you have to win it. And it's really been positive for me, because obviously before Thornbury, I was having a lot of performance issues. I wasn't playing as much and I'm bad. I get into my head, and just coming to Thornbury now, I feel like I've really changed as a player. And it's like, and the boys as well, I've seen them grow from State League 2 to now Series Futsal, which is just crazy.
Touch on more about your performance last season, especially the back end of that second campaign. It was noticed, your confidence in between the sticks.
Look, like, it's funny that you say that, because I see it the other way. I started a house on fire, and I kind of went down a little bit. I wouldn't say in confidence, in just the big saves I was doing every week. I noticed that to drop. But the differences between this season and last season was, in previous seasons I've done it and I've just gone downhill. But now at Thornbury, behind Nash's leadership and all those people up top, I was able to balance myself, and instead of declining, I kind of kept just my form. And I was surprised, because there were some games I wasn't great, but then it's like I wasn't as bad as I used to be, which is me now as a 28-year-old keeper. I have to be consistent. I can't be the youngster who plays a good game, has a bad game, where it's like now I really have to be the guy for Thornbury. And as you commentators say every week, I'm the guy for Thornbury, which I take pleasure on it. But this season, now that I've got Jono, now that Luke is becoming a star and we've got a few other stars, that takes a bit of pressure off me, but doesn't mean that I can play any worse. We have to be able to tell Albert to bring them up, because as we said, because of last season, because we weren't able to keep each other afloat at the end, it kind of crashed and tumbled a bit. But if me, Luke and the boys can get together, and I really want to say this, but Sir Ollie Slingsby, even though his performances are a bit here, like having him on the team every week bring a confidence is something like the team needs. And like I can go on about each and one of the boys all day, but it's all about that main core being able to get around the team and just forcing us to play better. And I'll be lying if I didn't say people think we're the team that's going to get relegated. But like, as I say a lot, I really want to shut those people up. Like, because last season, we felt that we should have stayed up. And look, I really wanted us to stay up as a personal achievement, but even together as the team. And yeah, there's a lot to go off last season, and I felt like we've gotten stronger now. So it's like, come at us. It's like, if we win or we lose, come at us, and we're going to come again next week.
It was last season where we noticed Thornbury playing a lot on match moments and the emotion of the game. Would that be something we'd expect to see again moving forward this season?
Look, definitely is. It's like so we know that in round one, when we had Paco, so we knew that they were maybe better than us, but if we brought it to them, then we're going to win. And that's what we've shown in a few games last season. Like for Fitzroy, we kept them 0-0 for about a half. And then they eventually scored a few, but it's like, if we can keep building on that, maybe not beat Fitzroy in the Moorlands, but it means maybe only losing 3-1. Aching teams play their best futsal against us, and then you have to rely on match moments, like me with a big save, Jono with a goal, Luke's running up and down for 40 minutes, which he doesn't get any credit for, actually. I feel like Luke, like the work he does and the big moments he has, every week I couldn't talk so highly enough of him. Even in this interview, it's hard to not get excited and start talking, but I've just got to keep myself grounded and realise a few good performances isn't enough. I have to be able to do it from game one to game last. Sorry, I had no idea, but like, I've just got to be able to do it for a whole season and just keep using my voice. I've got a big voice. I know I've got it. I have to obviously use it a bit more. And like me coming in here early, preparing throughout the week, I feel like if I can get better at those small things, I'll be able to help the team not only stay up, but seem like a much stronger team.
Well, Mo Fatea, all the best with yourself and Thornbury heading into the 2026 campaign. Good luck and go well.
Easy. Thank you, Palombi, and I can't wait to see you all Sunday.
Mo Fatea, the Hounds are out and running amok again in 2026. Cosmo Russo, another year around the blocks with Fitzroy. They're defending their crown yet again heading into 2026. How's the camp feeling ahead of another title defence?
Definitely off the back of nationals. Morale's pretty high, but we've been in this position before quite a few times, so we're pretty focused. I'd say we're back at training already. As good as nationals were, it's kind of already in the past. I feel like just everyone's in really good spirits, looking forward to the new season. Slightly different format, but yeah, we're ready, and yeah, I don't know, can't wait.
On the format change, of course, a much longer season. Cup competition has returned. How does that change the focus heading into the campaign?
We play everyone 4 times now, 3 or 4 times, so I feel like there's more opportunity for the league and the positions to change within that time. Whereas previous seasons, it's felt very much like you lose one and the title's pretty much over then and there. So we just have to pace ourselves, still take one game at a time for sure, but understand it's a longer season with cup games in between there. So yeah, I feel like now more than ever, we're relying on the entire squad, and we have a pretty big squad. So yeah, I feel like it's a good opportunity for everyone to play big minutes and contribute both in the league and the cup competitions as well.
Want to return the attention back to nationals, another title won by Victoria. Of course, the Tigers getting the job done in Gold Coast, but there was a story that developed over there with Sean Price, his goalkeeping in both the semi and the grand final. He was huge in those penalty shootouts and his own individual performance. Can we just touch on how that was, seeing a young goalkeeper really step up on a big stage?
We all love Sean. We all loved him before the tournament. He's just like the nicest guy. Doesn't miss a training, learning off Aaron all the time, like just eager to learn. And yeah, I feel like everyone was just so happy to see him have this breakout tournament. He's played games with us in the league, or for us in the league before, and he's done really well. But I feel like this was definitely a kind of coming out for him. 2 huge penalty kind of shootouts, which he basically won it for us. But also just in the game as well, made like countless important saves, which kept us in the game And then I feel like just the penalties were a cherry on the top.
Is he a testament to how Fitzroy nurture up-and-coming players into becoming not just parts of the team, but instrumental parts of the club moving forward in the future? Would you say he's a beacon of that progression as a player at a club?
I feel like Fitzroy, for as long as I've been involved, has had the same kind of development process with kind of senior players and then kind of middle players and then the younger players coming through the youth system. And I feel like we do a really good job, and this is a credit to Jimmy, we do a really good job of bringing in new players and exposing them to a very high level of futsal. You might not see it each week because they might not play all the time, but our trainings are very intense, often as intense, if not more, than the games we play. So those players, even though they're not playing week in, week out, they're getting exposed to a high level of futsal. And the knowledge is there. I mean, you've got Jimmy, you've got Scott, got Josh, myself, Aaron, like there's a lot of Corey, there's heaps of players there with good experience. And yeah, it's great to see someone like Sean, but I mean, we have other players like Seb, for example, had a season when he first joined the club where he didn't play at all, or maybe played a couple minutes, but he stuck with it. And the following season, I feel like he made huge improvements, and then I feel like has continued to do so. And he was also part of that nationals team. So yeah, it's just a credit to those boys who stick with it and kind of understand it's more than just one season. I didn't get as much game time as I would have liked. There's more to it.
I'd like to shift the attention onto the national team setup and how it correlates with Fitzroy. You've had experience with Miles Downey in the men's setup. How does it compare?
I feel like at Fitzroy we're in a really fortunate position, having Aaron and Scott in particular, as well as Corey, and I guess you could say myself, we have experience in that setup, and also Jimmy as well. And a lot of our sessions that are organised and run by Jimmy or Scott kind of come from the national team setup kind of style of playing. So I feel like it really helps, and I felt like this for me as well, going into that system, that it was very familiar, and it wasn't all these new concepts that I'd never seen before, but something that we'd been working on in Fitzroy through, as I said, Jimmy and Scott as well, definitely incorporating elements of the national team system into Fitzroy training sessions. So yeah, I feel like it's definitely a good place to be if you do have aspirations to kind of play for the national team. It definitely makes that transition much easier.
Being amongst those ranks, how would you compare the quality of the likes of yourself and those at Fitzroy to those in the national team? And with future selection, what would it be to get back in there and not just be a player, but to really solidify yourself in that setup?
I feel like definitely it's important to perform each week here at Series Futsal. I assume they watch the games and, you know, they want to see you performing at a high level. But then also things like the nationals, it is important to kind of showcase yourself in that environment as well, because you're playing against new players from different states. And I feel like if you can do both those two things, perform week in, week out in Series Futsal, and then also on a national stage, that puts you in a really good position to get called up for a training camp or just be in and around that environment. And then ultimately, I feel like it falls on the coaches to select the players that fit the system best. And yeah.
To return our focus onto Series Futsal in the upcoming season, it's no surprise to many that Fitzroy are heavily touted to win the title again, not to get lost in their opponents which surround them, but what would be the Tigers' greatest test outside of themselves heading into 2026?
So obviously you have Moreland, who have been our kind of biggest rivals for the last, I don't even know how long, 5 years it feels like. You've got Pascavel there. They've done some good recruiting, so they're always kind of a threat as well. I feel like Aku and Hume are doing the right things. I know Fernando's at Hume, and from experience, he brings a wealth of knowledge to any team. So yeah, if that Hume team kind of listen to his instructions and his tactics, I feel like they'll do well. And Aku as well have a good young group that have stayed together for a while, which I think is a super important and kind of underestimated thing for a team. As just to touch on Fitzroy, I mean, we've played together for, I didn't even know how long. So we just know what everyone's going to do, where they're going to be. And that comes with playing with each other in the same team for years. So I feel like those Morland, Hume, Aku, Pascavel, just off the top of my head, but not to sound cliche, I just feel like if we just have to focus on our game. I don't think anyone can play as good of futsal as us. And the games we lose, I feel like we lose ourselves by making silly mistakes or whatever. So yeah, I'd say those 4 teams are the ones we're looking at as potential challenges, but ultimately I feel confident that, you know, we'll come out on top again.
My last question would be, if you use the last few years as a metric of Fitzroy's success, is there an expiry date on the dynasty? Knowing that you just continue to win, not just national competitions, but here in Serious Futsal Victoria, is there ever a time where perhaps that isn't the goal? Not because it can't be, but due to availability, players moving on, retiring, not recruiting, not having the same level of caliber of those in the team currently. Not to go too forward in the future, but
Yeah.
in the foreseeable future, it's hard to really see a time where that culminates. But through your lens, how do you see that?
I feel like that's kind of what makes Fitzroy so unique and special, is that for even the last 10 years, I mean, it used to be Fernando was the senior player, and then there were players under him. There was Alistair Dunlop and Ange Footscray, who I don't even know if people remember. And then below them were me and Scott. And then below us are Harry and Elias. So I feel like for as long as I can remember, Fitzroy have done an excellent job at integrating youth players into a high-level senior team. So I think what makes Fitzroy so special is the ability for new players to come into this environment, learn from the senior players, and be integrated into the squad, all while still playing the best possible futsal at the highest level. And that's been done for as long as I can remember. When I joined Fitzroy, the first time would have been 10 years ago, I think. And there, above me, there was Alistair Dunlop and Ange Footscray, and above them, because they were a couple years older than me and Scott, who were there at the time, above them was Fernando. So it was just this kind of trickle down of information. And I feel like we're in a similar position now. I mean, our team is really young. I think, yeah, I'd say me and Scott are senior players and we're mid-20s. So I feel like I can't see an expiry date, but then, you know, you have players below us, Harry, Elias, Seb, Sean. I'm sure I'm missing people, but, you know, they are younger again, they're early 20s. And then below them, we've got Oscar Bryant. He's 17, I think, just won MVP at Nationals for his age group. So yeah, I feel like that's what makes Fitzroy so good and so special, is we are bringing in new players and we are looking to the future, but we're doing it, and this is credit to Jimmy and Jason as well and everyone involved. We're doing it in a way that doesn't necessarily like give up games. Yeah, we're able to keep winning and performing, but still giving those younger players experience and exposure to then, you know, take the reins, and then hopefully the same thing will keep happening for many more years.
Well, the focus, of course, on the upcoming campaign, but we appreciate your time today, Cozzy. Also, all the best with the title defence.
Great, thank you.
Enrique Pimenta, the MVP of both Season 1 and 2 in 2025. A massive 2026 campaign only days away from starting for the Northern Blues. How's the camp feeling ahead of a big season ahead of them?
I'm very excited to play. Longer season, play more times against each other. You can see team is getting stronger, training hard. Yeah, it will be tough, but I'm very excited for it. Ready?
How have Moreland, throughout the off-season, gotten ready for the big schedule ahead of them in the new camp?
Yeah, we started training next week, and other than the Christos, they are behind the scenes organizing something. I don't really know what it is, but I am expecting big things from Moreland.
And for yourself, you got back from Nationals. How was the experience in Gold Coast?
The experience to play was amazing. My performance was not the best. It was a tough tournament for myself, especially. Especially the year that I had, I was expecting to do more. But it was tough, coming back I went to Brazil on holidays, so I came back and flew straight away to Queensland to play. It wasn't easy, but it's always a pleasure to be there, to be part of it, And I'm very happy for Fitzroy to win the title.
About your year last year in 2025, you were scoring some fantastic goals.
I did it right, didn't I?
Yes, you did it right. Tell us about it, through your perspective, how you got to playing at such a high level week in, week out, and taking both MVP titles that were up for grabs.
Look, I have my teammates behind me, supporting me. I think that's the most important thing, but I feel like when the thing starts to go in your way, you start to get more confident, you just want to go for it. And I was feeling okay. I didn't have any injuries during the year. I was in the big games. I was there. It was giving me like more power to go, And I can't say that it was lucky because, in my opinion, I did deserve that. I worked very hard to get the goals there, get the assists, and to be there to support the boys. And if you think about just my MVPs, however, the first season, RMIT was equal top goal scorer with me, and then we had Robinson just behind, Adam just behind. Second season, I was top goal scorer, 1 goal ahead of Robinson. I think 5 goals ahead for Adam. I'm not getting there by myself. The boys are there helping me out.
The expectation for the Blues this year, with Clubs Cup, with Series Futsal Victoria, the men's competition, it would be an assumption that they're going to not just want to compete, but to win those titles. How have you guys prepared for that to be the case, where you are at the end of the season and you've got silverware behind you again?
Yeah, now this year will be a bit different for Moreland. We are readjusting teams. We have Ada and Christos stepping over and getting a stronger position in the club, running teams behind the scenes, bringing players. So I don't really know what's going on. As a player, my job is to come here and do my best, and that's what I'm hoping to. But in the end of the day, it's just to be at training, doing the work on Wednesday, and then coming here on Sunday and trying to apply. We have a new coaching staff now with Sam and Gabriel, so things will change. And I think in every single club that you need to do a little change, it takes time to adjust. Hopefully we adjust very quick, but we know that things can happen along of the way,
Just focusing on to the title win last year in the first season of 2025, how important was that for the Blues to break the barrier of the Fitzroy rivalry, where you had dethroned them of winning a 6th consecutive title to win one of your own?
Yeah, it was always important to win a title. It doesn't really matter after how long. Winning a title is a feeling that I think anyone needs to experience that. It's just amazing feeling. And during that year, we started to play in a bigger core where Kevin and I were more used to. Back in Brazil, most of the cores are 40 by 20. Smaller cores is something that, in my case, I didn't used to play a lot. But you can see players here that they grew up playing in those cores. So they know how to play that perfectly. not that they are doing different now, but they needed one season to adjust. That's the difference, you know. So we did it very well together. We have the boys training. It was a very nice atmosphere. Towards to the next season that we lost a couple of players. A couple of players getting injured, run out of legs, but that's why we love and we hate this sport.
Good afternoon, wherever you are watching, in Victoria, across the nation, or indeed around the world. And welcome to Darebin, welcome to match day for Series Futsal on what is the most smashing of Sundays. A truly sunny and scintillating one in Melbourne's northern quarter this evening. It is just the kind of late March magic that makes you marvel at this city in all of its glory. And tonight's early kickoff is one which will have a lot of glory for whoever turns out to win it. Carlton came out and got their first point of the season at the end of a spicy and spiteful set with Pascoe Vale 7 days ago. Thornbury were on the wrong end of a fierce Fitzroy who sunk the Hounds to the foot of the table well and truly. Tonight they're looking for their first win of the season. They're looking to get themselves out of the automatic relegation place, and they really are looking to find that steadfastness that they showed at times in the season beforehand and get themselves up and running in the new campaign. Hart look like they have come closer. My name's Ethan Rigg, joined by Adam Palombi as usual. Good afternoon, Adam.
Ethan, a pleasure to have you alongside me. It doesn't feel the same without you on the broadcast, and don't we have the night in store here at DCSS. We start with a real relegation six-pointer between Thornbury United and FC Carlton Hart, both sides on 1 point each. Thornbury at the bottom of the summit on goal difference, -4 in comparison to what Carlton have, that being on -12. It's a 4-goal difference, I should say, with the Hounds on -16.
Early couple of efforts for Thornbury, who are wanting to start quickly and put Hart under pressure, understanding how important momentum can be. Both of these teams know that tonight, really, on the brink of the Easter break, is a six-pointer. No room for error, no margin to make a mess of it. As Rajab went to steer it long, and too long for Butch-Ragau. That is 2/5 of the Heart starting five. Lucas Hogan, Mohamed Shafei in goal, and Sebastian Wickett also. They round out Rudy Wickett's picked pentagon of players, really, tasked with getting them up and running in the new season, tasked with just giving them some more breathing room. And Rajab is on the march. He lost out to Cordero, Sapina, then Pauli on for Jarbo, who had Hogan to go with, and wins Thornbury a corner. Jarbo's take, Pauli, Sapina, who was really rushed by Rajab, threaded it back for Pauli. Jarbo couldn't quite steer it somewhere more potent. And this, of course, the first top flight meeting between Carlton Hart and Thornbury United. So there is certainly some Series Futsal Premiership history in the writing this evening. And some bragging rights up for grabs. It's Cordero. Went to return it for Jarbo. He did well to keep it alive. Placed it behind Sapina, and Wickett in the nick of time sorted his feet out. As Sapina, Hart dug themselves a hole, and Rajab had to rush to get them out of it. That was nearly a gift.
Seal signed and delivered. Shafee with a real brain fade, the man in purple. Would have been seeing that same colour. Unlucky, perhaps. Sapina was not expecting that ball to come towards him.
Wickett went charging as almost a retort to nearly giving Thornbury the lead. Maybe Hart's turn to add some pressure. It's Butch-Ragau. Couldn't really find an option down the line. Cordero did well, and Jarbo couldn't return it to him. And not only is it the first meeting between these two sides, they both come into it in the Premiership on a 10-game winless run. You get the feeling that will end for one of them tonight. Sapina is looking to make sure it falls the way for Thornbury. He finds Cordero, who can't get beyond wicket. The Hounds making a lot of bark from their start. How much can Hart withstand? Hogan withstood on that occasion. Thornbury intricacy as Cordero could only hammer his effort into wicket. Jarbo's take. Cordero from the follow-in. Couldn't set it for Sapina on the slide on the follow-in. Cordero slid Thornbury ahead. And it had been coming.
An energetic start from the Hounds. Cordero had to slide to get his shot away. Carlton haven't really come into this contest yet, Ethan. They're still warming up to the billing. And well, you think back to last week against Pascoe Vale, how up and about Hearts were that night to take a point away from the Lions. Haven't shown that same character early in this clash yet. The side that now trail by a goal to nil. And finally, we're hearing voice from Romario Bajo. It's rather quiet last week. Went up against Fitzroy. Perhaps due the result ahead of kick-off. Not going to favour him. Decided to keep everything together, keep himself composed and ready for this weekend's action. Muster up all the energy required to hopefully steerhead Thornbury into their first win of the campaign. Wicket. Butragao gesturing that he wanted that move the other way.
They've just been really good so far, Thornbury, at slowing up Hart's ability to thread the ball between the lines and to break the lines. And it's where Rudy Wickett's side are struggling. It's where they were so good against Pascoe Vale last week, and they just haven't been able, because of the way the Hounds are worked, drop off quickly, to break through.
Jarbo's been menacing Butragao. And he's in, Jarbo. He got away from wicket. It was Butragao who let the ball slide through him. Jarbo's had a lively start in the man in orange boots. Sapina. Former teammate of Lucas Hogan's. Wicket wins the ball back. Sapina reads it best. The Spaniard wants to steer forward. Bruised in supports. Shafee off his line quickly. Carlton have the extra man in the attack. Cruz will hit the side of the net. And Ethan was mentioned prior to kick-off the acquisition of Gaetan Faraci coming from Sydney. Romario Bajo very excited to tell us about the NSW man entering between the sticks today and the layer he'll provide that of the Hounds, with Fateh residing on the bench. But from what we've seen early, lots of leadership qualities about the number 99 to boast with his goalkeeping ability.
Incredibly strong communicator. Someone who's been really good at organising that defence, and it's why they've caused Hart so many problems building up, because they've been so well structured. And that's really down to the man from the north of the Murray. And it gives another element, though he's not had much to do yet so far, that will come in the night, and we'll start to see the other aspects like his shot stopping and his distribution start to unfold.
Kura. Boy, was he impressive last week against Pascoe Vale. The pivot really taking on the occasion, grasping it with two hands and finding goals and moments, certainly when they mattered. Simply could have gone either way that match last week, although Carlton haven't really yet, Ethan, found that same form from that match yet in this one.
No, not quite. They've really struggled to take care of the ball as well as they did last week. But the real change that Rudy Wickett's just made now is he has that four that was so potent against Pascoe Vale all on court at the same time.
It's very well done from Powley. Rode the challenge well. Marrero, it ricochets towards Sapina, who's twisting too many. He's trying to get the ball through both of them, the number 8. Grew up on a futsal court, had Jono Sapina. Hogan will flick out a play. Carlton remaining on the back foot.
So far, so good for the Lily Whites, who have got themselves a corner. Powley got it through off Cruz. Slingsby enters the fray. Thornbury looking to give themselves a buffer. Bruce's corner immediately was set for Slingsby, who had a hit. It was a good one. It stung the palms of Chaffee, who is now going on a venture of his own. And one which got a sweet strike away. Faraci caught it, then went to go the entire way over the top and was denied by the roof. But Mohamed Chaffee just taking matters into his own hands, trying to give the kind of run and energy that Carlton had last week against Pascoe but has been lacking in the early exchanges tonight. That's another example of it. Hogan went too early for wicket. Powley, Slingsby. In fact, the Marrero, who returned it for Slingsby. He went searching. Hogan nearly steered it into his own net. Chaffee had to be sharp, but almost a Carlton heart in mouths moment.
Decent save from Chaffee. Good handling. Read the flight of the ball well. Hogan was hoping to not concede a corner, more of a cushioned header, which was testing of his own goalkeeper.
Slingsby now has to go the long way round Hogan and wins a corner. Much more bite about Thornbury. That ball was rolling. But just considering how, in fairness, they started quite well against Fitzroy last Sunday, and then it all sort of petered out after half-time, as Powley was given some force from Kura. But with the way that petered out, might have to be mindful on this second half, or maybe it was some self-preservation to ensure they have plenty in the tank for today. If that's the case,
Adam Nash is in the building. He's been told to sit down by the official on broadcast side. It's great to see Adzi. Hasn't been here in a while.
Thornbury owner never misses a big one. Tonight, the biggest of their season so far. As Bruce went too long for Slingsby. Plenty on the bench for Mario Barho this evening too. Truly with a pack of hounds. You'd say for the first time this season, as Cruz set it back for Hogan, who wanted to thread it for Rajab, but couldn't quite, only found the arms of Faraci. Marrero has Matt Cruz to evade, and in the end wasn't able to fashion a ball out of trouble. It's better from Hart, much more purpose, as Kura set it for Hogan, who hammered his effort over.
Last week, Lucas Hogan, well, he was walking a very fine line from actually being able to play in today's game. It was a very exciting, from a neutral perspective, contest, a very physical battle between the Lions and Hart. And in that clash, Hogan was certainly walking that tightrope of receiving a red card. He was lucky not to walk away with anything more than just a yellow. But he was large in that match. You feel like the physicality in this one will really start to show its head poke out the turtle shell, if you will, Ethan. Kura's conceded 2 fouls early. Has he number 9?
Here's another one, not shy of a bit of physicality, is Karan Kura. Might just have to be a little bit careful. Despite walking the tightrope, Hogan was a Team of the Week member for his efforts. That's a lovely return for Zacharias, and Cruz is there to clear.
Cadero. It's come a long way. Has Faraci. Chaffee thought about going over the top. Rajab has Kura on for the pass. Carlton with an opportunity. Cadero. Very pleased with himself for making the intervention which was necessary. Hounds concede a corner.
And Liam Zacharias is in the book. Perhaps for dissent, something was said on that counter in the commotion that caused it.
Rajab's delivery. It's going to alleviate the Hounds of any pressure for now. Zacharias. Faraci. Traslavenia. Hoping to use his quickness to keep the ball alive. He acknowledges the idea from his keeper.
And so does the bench. They don't mind that from Faraci. They like the inventiveness to try and go long to find Traslavenia. Just gives Thornbury a new element, having a keeper who is quite able with his feet.
Rajab claiming he had the majority of his shot held by Marrero. Traslavenia. Zacharias overrunning. Of the bit of territory to be had by Thornbury. Rajab! Off the crossbar from the side ball. Genuine purchase from the Mad Dog on the effort.
And he's unlucky. It's a cracker from Rajab. He catches it so sweet off the side ball, he just careens onto it. It's almost a brilliant finish.
At the other end, Sapina steers it in for the Hounds' second. Right as Carlton were looking to get back into this game on the scoreboard, the Spaniard inserts himself on Thornbury's scoreboard to make it 2-0.
And that is where the problem is when you don't take your chances. A close miss, Hart defensively switch off and leave themselves vulnerable to the counter-attack. And Thornbury make them pay. Rudy Wickett wants time out now. He's not happy with what he's seeing, but Sapina took that so silkily.
Wickett working wonderfully with Kura. The two linking up, trying to get through the Thornbury traffic. Sapina will continue the move for the Hounds despite the timeout being handed in from the Carlton bench. Faraci, Cadero, Sapina. Chipping. Cadero has a smile towards himself. Looks towards his bench to say, I apologise for not controlling that ball as FC Carlton Heart have to respond to a fast start from the Hounds who are unleashed from the gate. They found 2 early goals as we cross to a timeout break. Adrian Attard really making his presence aware on the Carlton bench. Jaban Rajab into the book. Right throughout the timeout break. He's all over it today, Attard. He lets Wagner Marrero know, despite having a bit of a cordial moment with Kura, that he's not going to tolerate any of that kind of behaviour. Well, we know the official has made quite an introduction to his life and career across Series Futsal Victoria. More on him in a moment as Cadero was in and Shafee was there to make a save.
Just how good is that from Sapina? Plays it through perfectly into the path of Cordero, and Shafee did well to deny him. Slick once again from the Spaniard. He finds Pauli. Jarbo. Not around Watson, who left the leg in.
It's only fitting to say now that it's been a year of that of Adrian Attard's career at SFV land. While we have the interruption in play, it was a year ago to date where Urut Wang Sama and Sufut Thwanklang had played in the Turkish derby for Hume FC. And it was on that faithful night, back only a year ago, where Attard had sent off the all-time Thai top goal scorer on a futsal court. No nonsense Attard, I think we'll start to nickname him there, Ethan. Simply won't tolerate nothing, no matter who you might be. In terms of resumes, think of the Thai duo that graced our courts that time ago. Attard does not discriminate.
Wagner Marrero also on the receiving end of that no-nonsense approach from Adrian Attard. It's no nonsense from Thornbury at the moment. Sapina found Pauli. Wasn't able to find his way through. Romario Barho just having a conversation as to how there wasn't a foul with Benjamin Howell, who's on the near side. As Wicket, Kura, Wicket just about kept that alive. And wasn't able to do much more with it. That's a fabulous fling from Faraci. Sapina for Jarbo, and Shafee did well to deny. Wicket, Kura, he gave a hit, and Heart have got one back. From nowhere, Karan Kura has found a way through. And Hearts have half the deficit and got themselves right back in this game.
Major deflection on the effort from Kura Cordero, the man who was trying to block the shot. The block not working at all the way in which he wanted it to, and it's completely wrong-footed the keeper. Mario Barho with the timeout in his hands. Senses a moment this match might need a pause from a Thornbury perspective.
Pauli was ready to press play on the ball that Sapina threaded to him. This now a test of Thornbury nerve. Hart started slowly last week too, and then came racing through. Sapina stopped it. It nearly broke for Watson, and Faraci had to come out quickly. They're just starting to surge a little bit. And Faraci might have worn one. Clutching at his abdomen. Might have had the wind taken out of him from that Watson strike. From closing it down. He seems to be okay. Watson left it for Hogan. Faraci got a flick. Hogan on the follow-in has steered it wide. But they are coming closer and closer to a quick-fire double. Something we know that this Hearts side has in its locker. And Romario Barho has decided that for the time being, he's seen enough. He wants timeout, just to call his Thornbury troops in. In the meantime, power is breaking, and Hogan got around Pauli. Watson at the back post. Clipped his effort without enough whip, and Thornbury get that timeout unscathed. As we go to it, it is the Hounds who still lead. Thornbury lead Hearts by 2-1. We return from timeout. Final time in the first half. Romario Barhope maybe wanting to run a couple Thornbury changes. They started hot, but Hearts are now reining them in maybe the season's first relegation six-pointer.
Flores with his first touches. Hogan looking at the movement. The player further down the court of Aidan Power. In doing so, concedes possession. Unforced. Bruce Sapina. Loves a big game, does Jono Sapina. He's been rising as the game continues. Power might have bundled the Spaniard. Flores. Hogan can find space. Chips down the line. Wicket. Well read by the keeper, Faraci. Wicket. Reverse ball. Power. Nice passing from Carlton. Hogan making Power really earn that pass, which Zacharias controlled all the way through.
Defensively, much better for Thornbury. They just have that grit back about them now. They're not afraid to go and put a foot in and let Hart know that they're there. That's what was lacking in that little passage and why Romario Barho called the timeout. One of the reasons, definitely.
Zacharias. Wicket. Never really got the header away. Bodies hit the deck down the court. Power 2 against 2 for Carlton. Powley on the springboard, not around wicket. Well in was Sebastian. And it will be a FC Carlton Hart ball. Hogan. Power. Powley. Happy to clear. Wicket. Cut off by Lauretta. Shafee closing the space. Zacharias not latching on.
And there's a real interchange at the moment on that flank between Hogan and Flores. When they need to drop in defensively, Hogan sits. When they get a bit of freedom like this, Flores is then freed up in that time because Thornbury don't track him well.
Here is Flores. Incisively was Wicket. Not found. The cut off from Lauretta was made. Well done, Sapina. Draws out 2 Carlton Hart shirts. Zacharias. Powley. Sapina. Lauretta. Sapina gets it back from Powley. And wasn't far away at all from what would have been a third goal for Thornbury.
Beautiful move as well. Just a little flick from Powley is so sweet to play it into Sapina, who sees that Chafe's ready to commit and go down, so he goes for the dink. He just drags it at the wrong time.
Mario Barho crying out for a corner. He'll get a corner. Shafee denying Powley. Sapina. Zacharias. Working left and right are Thornbury. Lauretta. Took a stumble. Rajab. Wanted 2 fouls, but we'll get 1.
He's been very on that tonight, Shaban Rajab. He's making sure the officials are kept on their toes. He did well just to break away. Powley, it's the tactical thing, a little bit cynical, but he could not let Rajab break away there.
Rajab has it the crossbar tonight. He's confused whether he was trying to pick out a teammate or hunt for the back post. He hasn't done either.
But Hearts are getting closer. Thornbury at the moment just hanging on, having to withstand quite a bit of pressure. It's Cordero. Loretta gave it back to Cordero and then made a darting run and was found with Flores to contend with and lost out. Flores forced up, Power took over, Rajab. Flores. Hogan wanted the return. Flores ran out of room. before he could act upon it. Faraci. Almost took all of his time. Was walking the tightrope.
Would have
was
been
the
a
Thornbury
split
keeper.
second left there, Ethan. Adrian
Florence.
Attard had the whistle almost in his mouth.
He was ready. Was Adrian Attard on the near side to blow and give Carlton Hart an opportunity. And Faraci's feet were quick enough on that occasion. It's Cordero, Sapina, Zacharias. Thornbury just wanting to cool it down. Loretta made a lovely run down the line. And Rajab went with him. Hunting for Hogan was Rajab. Finding Hogan was Rajab. And now Lucas Hogan had 3 in Lily Whites to try and get round and couldn't do so. Cordero only cleared as far as Rajab, who couldn't thread it for power. And the ricochet will find Flores. Happy to stand up Sapina. Power now once more. What can Hart work? Hogan had 2 runs centrally. Rajab dropped it back to him. And that second ball only found Sapina. And now Cordero, who can't get round power. That's a brilliant challenge. Sapina happy to start over. Loretta. Good read from Rajab. And Hart could be in on the break. Power was sold short, and now Thornbury could go the other way. Sapina's going round them all. Chaffee came and didn't get there. Loretta on the follow-in, and Power intervened before a Moe Chaffee scramble allowed him to gather.
There needs to be a compilation made on all the expressions had by Sapina following an attacking scenario. You'd have a 10-minute compilation easily of the Spaniard reacting.
And here's Loretta. Zacharias. Loretta at the back post. Had to lunge. Couldn't apply a finishing touch. But they have come oh so close to a third. Especially as the half comes towards its closing stages. That will be priceless for Thornbury if they can find breathing room. Buttrigal wants to steer it the other way. Faraci with a firm hand. Slingsby. Switch for Loretta. Zacharias was darting. Lovely flick for Slingsby, who couldn't sort his feet out. Hogan then went to go. Loretta gave him a tug. And will give away a free kick. And Michael Ciaris just letting him know that's the last one. You'll escape without caution. And here is Hogan. Kura, there was no return. Zacharias happy to hammer it away.
Buttrigal wasn't sure of the ball, gone! And Slingsby will score from nothing.
That, for Carlton Hart, is cataclysmic. Dreadful. Really dreadful from Buttrigal. In a situation like that, you cannot switch off. And it's not the first time this afternoon either. That's been coming. Defensively, no communication. But the finish from Slingsby on the second time was smart as well. It's a good initial intervention from Chaffee, but Slingsby just gives it the faint flick into the corner, got his angles right.
Carlton really proving to be their own worst enemy right now. It's been strange from those in black on court. Buttrigal keen to go. You have to admire that he has intent, but how can you not communicate that with your keeper? It is a coach killer, and then someone really wicked, I'm sure, would have the hairdryer thrown into a bathtub come half time. He has to really get some electricity amongst his players. A colossal mistake defensively. And in relegation battles, Ethan, of course, futsal's a tight game, but considering how tight you'd assume tonight is going to be the fine margins which might separate these two. That could be match, let alone season defining from Butchergow and Chaffee on that occasion. As meanwhile, Thornbury relishing and Wagner Marrero with a firm finish to place the Hounds 3 to the good with a 4-1 lead.
And that just compounds it. It's a great finish from Marrero. Does Chaffee for pace and placement, but this really just compounds the misery for Carlton Hart on what has been a dire last couple of minutes. In relegation battles, you can ill afford to let your opposition get away from you like this. Thornbury are running riot and are now at risk of running over the top before the half's out.
And that could have been 3. It was Marrero who hit the post. Chaffee well beaten. Carlton not able to forget about previous blemishes, have been stuck inside their own minds, and Thornbury are loving the game at the moment. Kura trying to galvanise off the ball with some defensive pressure. Slings big, goes down. It's well drawn by the Hound number 9. What a purple patch these last 2 minutes have proven to be. Stop clock futsal for Thornbury United and Romario Bajo. And that's without full use of Andres Traslavinia. Cadero hits it low. Cora has Hogan on for the pass. Carlton can start their comeback. Cora! Faraci palms the ball to safety.
Terrific from Faraci. The double save, fantastic. The second, astonishing, really.
Cadero. Marrero. The Hounds sensing another opportunity on the cusp of half-time to find another to take into their team talks.
And they were oh so close. Chaffee had to save. Hogan then found Cora. For Thornbury, the close to this half has not gone any better than they could have imagined. Cordero, Marrero, is there maybe one more to pull them further away from the mire? Cheek from Cordero, and tidily worked, and Thornbury still might be looking for another. The opportunity presented itself, and it was snatched at in the end by Correa. Oh so close to having 5 before the break, and really blowing hard out of the water as Marrero again. Carlton just cannot clear their lines. Faraci with a deft touch, and that time couldn't thread it for Wagner Marrero. Inside the final first half minute, Traslavinia maybe being prepped for a late burst. Pauli hooks Hogan's header away. Can Carlton find something to take the sour taste of self-inflicted sadness out of the half? It's a good save from Faraci. Late Carlton corner. Polido's take. Cruz. Faraci smothered, and smothered well. Correa. Slingsby steered it on for Pauli, who's got away from Hogan. Marrero was on his own, and Chaffee did well to deny him. Now the counter could be on. Cruz, Polido. Back for wickets. Marrero dived in well.
Both benches painting a different story. Thornbury vocal, applauding each move. Carlton reserved. You really question how Chaban Rajab as a player in this moment, Ethan, can galvanise and lift his side following the resumption of play in the second half. What he can say and do with his on-court presence to help Carlton overcome what is a 3-goal deficit in a very important match.
A 20s. Marrero late on! What a save that is from Shafay, and it would have been a crucial one. The Hounds have flown out of the traps to start Sunday. Carlton have got it all to do. Rudy Wickett's side now at the end of a half that I bet they wish didn't drag on as long as it felt for them it would have done. Thornbury, though, are flying at the break in Darebin. As we go to half-time, it's Thornbury United 4, Carlton Heart 1. A return from half-time, which towards the bottom of the table could have massive implications. How this next 20 minutes of stop-clock futsal transpires could really give the foundation for either Thornbury or Carlton Heart to kickstart their years. At the moment, the Hounds are 3 ahead after a dominant opening patch, although Carlton have got a knack for reeling teams right back in. That will be required again of Rudy Wickett's side in this second half if they are to get anything out of this game, and if they are to finally get a bit of a beat in 2026. Romario Barjo in conversation with Pauli. Wagner Marrero will replace the Thornbury skipper. As everything is now lined up, and the Spaniard can kickstart the second half. Thornbury at the moment right where they want to be. Hart having it all to do once again. It's an all too familiar tale for this Carlton side. 10 straight top flight defeats. A run they're wanting to bring to an end. You have to go back to that win over Melbourne Aku, the last time Carlton Heart won a game in the top division. It's coming up on a calendar year. They will be hoping with everything that it does not tick over that barrier. Rajab, his effort was blocked by Cordero. Sapina then drops it off to, he searched for Sharbo smashingly, who steered his effort wide, but what a beauty of a ball that was.
Splitting from Thornbury. Jarbo has been itching today, Ethan. He's wanted to have the net ripple. And he wasn't far away. He didn't go for placement, by no means. He went straight for power. It was all gas from the number 10. The ball just going wide of the 2 posts.
Marrero went with Loft. Cordero and Kura. 2 former Northcote boys. Now, once teammates, now foes. And here is Kura, who moved it on for Rajab, who's poked his effort wide. But that's more like it from Carlton on the other side of the break. And they'll need more of that from Kura. If they are to flip this game around in the second half, they'll need him to drop in. They'll need his frame and his presence. Sapina wanted Jarbo. Cruz just about put him off it. Wicket had his ball cut out by Cordero. Marrero had no one else further forward. Wicket was swarmed on by Pauli and by Jarbo.
Under at a customer again today has Pauli been off the ball, really stopping Carlton from finding momentum, from finding rhythm in how they're playing. It's well done from out of the number 7 from Thornbury.
Big shifts from him and Jarbo so far. Both have really proved crucial in Thornbury being in such a positive position. They only had 8 goals for the season coming into today as Cruz crashes his effort wide. They have now scored a third of the entire goals of their 2026 to this point in the league in that first half alone. It's been a long time coming. It's Sapina still wanting to evade Rajab. Just when you thought the Spaniard spun into trouble.
Now he has.
And had his pocket picked by Kura. And was forced to concede a corner.
He tends to do that, Sapina. He bites off more than he can shoot.
Hart wanting to make him pay. Cruz wasn't too far away.
It was awkward for Faraci. He was not sure at all, in fact, where the ball was going, whether it was lofting in, it was curling away from his goal, the man in pink.
Pauli. Cordero. Reset it for Pauli. Rajab then flung a leg. Cordero and Sapina, who had the goal at his mercy, set it for Jabo. And Kura was there to block, and Hart can counter.
Sapina putting Jabo under pressure. Kura can't find the steps required to keep that ball in play. Down the left channel. The Blues have entered the building. Moreland FC await that of the Black Army in another Turkish derby. Grant Lynch has made the trip down, despite perhaps all the mind games occurring midweek. All the rumours from both camps. Both remaining very tight-lipped on who would be a fly-in for today's clash, Ethan. More on that in the Turkish derby, but both camps have resorted to interstate talent. Luke Ross in the building. Hume calling upon a futsal of their own right. More on that when the game is to start. Meanwhile here in the six-pointer, real relegation scrap. Thornbury have traded each blow with intent, Ethan. They lead by 4-1. A Spaniard crafting things offensively. Powley doing the defensive dirty work, and those around them, Ethan, have been really given best opportunity to succeed.
It's been a workhorse performance so far from Thornbury tonight, but they've shown what they haven't done so far this season, and that is just that finishing touch finally. Sapina's been at the heart of a lot of it, but so has this guy, Cordero.
He's done well to transition the ball for Powley. Feels as if Cordero, Ethan, each time he does one really impressive thing, he's still getting used to the court. He's still getting his understanding and his bearings. He just seems to do one really good thing, then not follow up. As Sapina has Jabo, he's around Cruz. Martina kept his position, ensured nothing was further damaging on the scoreboard. Hogan, well kept Faraci. Sapina awaits the overlap of Powley. Progressing! Jabo, can't believe he didn't score. Martina at the equation, the ball hitting the post.
Unbelievable. Jabo must be wondering what more he's got to do to find the net in this second half so far. It's a really well-worked move. It again just lacks the finishing touch. He even gets the keeper going the wrong way too.
Hogan tried a quick shifting pass for Cruz. Seb Wickett has played quite the shift. He's looking for a bit of time on the bench. Watson in place of Cruz. Jabo, Powley. Watson cuts it off. Hogan has to immerse himself into this game. He was well and truly in the crux of last week. We haven't really seen him dive into the swimming pool of what's been in store today. He's been almost apprehensive to completely commit, Ethan.
You can just see that there is a little bit of tentativeness about the way that Lucas Hogan goes in, maybe because he went through quite a battle last week in particular.
Sapina wheeling to get to the ball, the Spaniard. Hogan cuts out Sapina's intentions of dribbling around the defender. Despite Carlton being on the back foot, Ethan, on the scoreboard, they remain on the back foot in terms of the ascendancy. As Adrian Attard's picked something up further down the court, it was Power, the culprit. It's really taken a no-nonsense approach that he has, that of Adrian Attard. You can't blink when he's on court.
And he doesn't blink. Attard, ever sightful, ever watchful. Just happy to have a word with Aidan Power. At the moment, Thornbury have got Hart right where they want them. Carlton on the brink. of 11 games without a win in the top flight. Zacharias. Pauli couldn't find a way through. What have this Heart 5 got? Hogan, they'll need him to lift. What can they work out of Watson, who's been a bit of a bright spark for them at times so far this season? Power. Watson, who was hustled by Zacharias and did well. And Jarbo was just happy to send it away. You just think about it with these two clubs, just what it means for them. Especially what a big boost it is going into Easter. You get some time off. You then come back through the Cup. We don't return to Series Futsal until the 19th of April. That is some time to dwell on a defeat like this.
Long break in between drinks. Though Series League Cup action will keep the futsal quenched. Thirst quenched for now. Too much to unpack. Ethan Jarbo from nothing had an opportunity. Lots of futsal. That's always a given with series, but my word, Carlton are really making it difficult for themselves right now on court. They just can't seem to find any response to what's been really impressive futsal on display from Thornbury.
Ken Hearts have been their own worst enemies. Have really lacked that decisiveness they had last week. Here's Butragao on the dink. First real opening in the second half that they've been able to carve. And it's one which he couldn't take full advantage of. Hogan in ahead of Pauli. Romario Bajo wants a free kick. Good to see he's found his voice again. But on that return on the 19th of April, Hearts have got Moreland, Thornbury have got Pascoe, which is just what makes today so important. There's Adrian Attard, now just introducing the letter of the law to Lucas Hogan. And Zacharias had two down the line, one of whom was Marrero. Power came across. And the next time these two get a look at each other in the league will be all the way down on the 28th of June. A long, long time. It'll be a seasonal shift before they next meet. There's Power on the turn. Drags his effort wide. Now Romario Bajo had timeout sheet in hand, and he almost just baited the bench on whether or not he was going to play it. Zacharias, Hogan happy to intercept. Faraci, oh that's cool. Ever so silky. Slingsby, Pauli. Returned it for Slingsby. Thornbury searching for a fifth. Zacharias nearly had his pocket picked by Hogan. Just how calm was that, though, from the New South Welshman. He's made the trip down today. And he's had quite the impressive first series futsal outing.
Zacharias for Pauli. Carlton looking well and truly second to every ball. A jab to re-emerge. And yet a resurgence too out of Carlton. They've been struggling throughout the majority of this clash. Thornbury the aggressors. Must-win ball, Butragao. Faraci had a clearance, though Butragao earns the foul deeper in the FC Carlton Heart defensive third. Pauli, Butragao, 3 against 2 for Carlton. Real opportunity here. Watson. Faraci closing the door on a scoring chance.
And Butragao just gave him a glance to say, why didn't you clip it to the back post? He didn't know that Loretta was going with him. Watson did the right thing, really opened himself up, closed last minute. It's a good save from Faraci.
Zacharias only had Bruce, who was on the diag. Still 13 minutes left for anything to happen. Door not shut yet, but Thornbury, you feel, if they outscore again, Ethan, would really make the mountain climb too high. The side trailing by 3 goals.
First goal in this second half, when it does arrive, is the really big one. For Hearts, it just gives them a little bit of life. It gives them a real look. But for Thornbury, to extend that lead to 4, to get 5 as well, they haven't done that since the draw with Aku. It might just continue to free them up. This is easily the most flowing futsal they've played.
Bruce works at Lauretta. In fact, it was Slingsby who brings down Hogan. Slingsby into the book, not to be confused with Lauretta.
Mario Barho just pleading the case, saying he got the whole ball. He also had the whole of Lucas Hogan as well.
Cruz for Butragal. Rajab. Swiveling Mad Dog. Faraci. It's added a new dimension to Thornbury today. Rajab works himself into a rock in a hard place. Cadero. Rajab remained on the deck and wasn't able to get back up in time. And Thornbury had numbers. Well, the ball hadn't remained alive for them. Cadero, well read by Cruz. Not to forget, this evening, Fitzroy and Melbourne Aku, our closing match on the live stream for all your men's action this round. The Tigers looking to remain undefeated. Aku looking to bounce back following their result last week.
At the time being, at the moment, a yellow card brandished by Adrian Attard for Lucas Hogan. That one for dissent. The hot man in the book again. Was given a yellow last week. Finds himself being cautioned consecutively. And that really sums up the frustration of the afternoon so far for Carlton Hart. Martina flung it for Hogan, who won a free kick on Cordero, who can't quite believe it. Nor can Romario Barho. Rashab wanted to take it with haste. And now there's quite the kickoff.
It's bubbling. Thornbury shouldn't be too worried about whatever Carlton have to say right now, considering the score, but Carlton just needs something. They need a spark, they need a real fire, they need an ignition. Anything to get them up and about for what's a very important game. There's still time. The clock has been stopping frequently. If Seb Wicket can work something from this free kick, it might just be that linchpin.
And it is Wicket's take, and Faraci save well down low. Last week they had the fire of the battle to really give them that eternal flame. Hearts at the moment, though, are lacking a spark, but that's a beauty of a ball for Troslavenia, who steered his effort wide. Fantastic find from Cordero. That's the potency Thornbury is still possessing, and now Faraci, who's a long way from home. Bruce, Cordero was lurking. Wicker with an open net. Has worked his effort wide. It would have taken something special. Rajab couldn't sort his feet out. Thornbury nearly gave them away back in. Bruce did brilliantly. And Charles Lavinia just couldn't take it under.
He's a player down on confidence at the moment, Andres Traslavinia. We've seen what he can do, especially in the back half of the second season of last year. He was fantastic for the Hounds. Haven't seen him yet really burst to that same vibrance this year.
Charles Lavinia's ball found Bruce via Cruz. Slingsby, Cordero, Hogan had a lot of him and then did well to win it, and now Rajab. Hart can counter, Lucas Hogan slide. And Thornbury want timeout, and maybe it's just something to put a simmer on all this, as it did 7 days ago. This one's beginning to bubble a little bit. Hearts are just finding some sort of steam. As we're at a timeout, it's Thornbury 4, Carlton Hart 1. Returning from timeout, Romario Barjo and Thornbury, the ones to issue it, that we are scoreless so far in this second half. Though, for the Lily Whites, they did the damage and they truly blossomed into this year in the period that preceded it. As Kura lost out to Powley, Wicket went and won it. And threaded it tidily. It's a brilliant dive in from Charles Lavinia. And now Loretta is charging. 3-on-2 for Thornbury. And he's held up well by Hogan. Set for Bruce. Charles Lavinia was lurking. Matina did well to go and meet it.
Faraci has been springboarding from his line at any chance today to snuff out any danger. Wicket, Kura, Butragao wrestling with Lauretta. We're halfway through the second half, 10 minutes of stop clock futsal remaining. Lauretta got underneath it. Kura brings it back to ground. Wicket. Pauli. Traslavinia not able to interpret further down the court. Hogan back for Butragao. Kura. Wicket advancing, the cutback not finding anybody. Jabama Jab-Ethan was having a chat to that of Adrian Attard, pleading his case that Carlton are perhaps hard done by, but dare I say he's rather clutching at straws considering his side have not really taken to the challenge of Thornbury so far today.
They've been flat today, Carlton Hart. They've really lacked the same sting that they did last week. It's been a side that in glimpses have shown what they're capable of, and we saw that as well. When the game gets hot, when it gets contested, that's when they're at their best. They haven't had that today.
Lauretta has Traslavinia on for the pass. He went solo. Wicket Instinctive, crafty to get out of a giant. Bruce. Brute physicality from the big man. Wicket gets around him with pace. The Wizard steps inside looking for Hogan. But it must be said, there has to be a moment where it all just turns aces for FC Carlton. There has to be a real swinging of the pendulum. Hasn't happened yet, but it is coming, you'd assume. It might just happen from this timeout issued by Rudy Wicket. The slip's been handed in. Because this game has moved at a slow pace, Ethan. We've gone for a little while now. There's still 9 minutes left on the clock. From this team talk, it would have to change. Carlton trail by the same scoreline they went into the first half-time break in. 4-1 Thornbury in front. All to do for Hart upon the resumption of play. Let's see if Carlton come at the block with a bit of pace. Following that timeout, Rudy Wicket issued. Can they become reinvigorated? Lauretta and Wicket have a tango. Butragao. Well kept again by Faraci. Lauretta. Shallow the ball for Zacharias.
Carlton have needed that fire in the game. They've now got to go and start it themselves. It hasn't come naturally tonight. Thornbury have been good at walking the tightrope without teetering over the edge. Hard have now got to go above and beyond to try and get themselves back into this game.
Kura thought he found a teammate, Lauretta. Couldn't springboard further forward with the ball at his feet. The Black Army donning their white kits tonight. They start to sprinkle around the arena. Rajab transitioning forward. Hopefully, from that perspective, Carlton can make something occur from this corner.
Get the feeling it is almost now or never for Hart. There's Rajab, they will do it again. Rinse, reload and repeat. Corner taken with haste, this time Powley's in the way. They've just always had the bodies there, Thornbury. When it's come to slowing Hart down this evening. There's Kura. Had two hounds barking at him. Got it back for Butragao, and Faraci did well. Got a good sight and made a cool save. And then flung it straight to Hogan. Rajab. Butragao. Hogan couldn't steer it beyond Cordero. The break could be on for Zacharias. Sharpo went charging. Zacharias kept going round the lots, and Hogan was there to deny him. And now it's 3-on-2 for Hart. Butragao lost out to a diving Powley. Then Zacharias went and won it back. Kura, Hogan gave it a poke, and Faraci concedes a corner.
To the credit of Thornbury, it's been a really professional performance from the Hounds. They've made life so tedious for Carlton when in possession. Off the ball, Powley spearheading the charge. The players around him not putting a foot wrong, Ethan. They've been phenomenal.
Kura. And Butchergal's following, and again Powley's in the way. Hart really having to find something now. They are getting closer. Hogan for Butchergal, and Faraci able to gather and now go on a charge. Jarbo's got Zacharias. Liam Zacharias off the post. Inches from 5 and maybe inches from the game. Still they have a lifeline. Faint though the pulse may be. Hogan. Butchergal and Jarbo was across the clear. Cruz wanted to clear out. Found Kura, who ran out of room. Cordero with a dink for Powley. Zacharias. That's a smashing find for Jarbo. Now Cordero. Couldn't return it beyond Butchergal and then fouled him. That's 4 for Thornbury now. And Ben Howe, as I'm sure you might have picked up, came screaming across saying that's 5. Not quite. Not quite for the man in a very neon fluorescent yellow this evening. Thornbury 1 away from the limits. Currently 4 fouls and 4 goals for Mario Barro's team. Jarbo. Powley has a trickle out of play.
Powley firm in his pursuit of Rajab. Zacharias. Martina wasn't sure. And Jarbo hasn't moved. Along comes Adam Nash. It's pretty late from the youngster, in all honesty, Ethan. Completely crashed into Adam Jarbo. He's back up on his feet.
And thankfully too, that was a heavy fall. It's just that little bit of inexperience and indecision from Martina.
Was heavy upon that of Kura. Wicket. Cruz nearly away. Boy, he sensed that to be his moment. Carlton have really not had any of them. It's difficult to say otherwise. We want to paint the resurgence of one of Series Futsal's longest reigning clubs in a positive light, but in honesty, it's been difficult proceedings for them on court today in a match they needed to win. How have been in this spot before. Cruz, 5 minutes to turn things around. Rajab controls it. Cruz steers it over.
And that frustration with himself, he knows how good a chance that is and just how hard they've worked to create it. Rajab does the right thing when taking it down. Faked to shoot initially and then just threaded it, waited for the space to open up.
Cordero, Slingsby. Thornbury staring down the barrel of their first 3 points after 5 rounds of futsal. a long time in between drinks since the Hounds have tasted a win. Dates back to last year. Must be stated, Ethan, John Sapina is not sitting on the Thornbury United bench. He looks as if his day's wrapped up.
Massive loss for the Spaniard and for Thornbury to lose someone who's so integral for this final 5 minutes to see the game out. Might be an injury or a knock that he picked up in the first half. He was in the battle quite heavily.
Jarbo couldn't clear. Cruz got his shot away. Jarbo, a human wrecking machine, blocking shots as if his life depended on it. Wicket. They'll get a corner, Carlton. 4 minutes, 3 goals needed. They're not far away from having to be perfect, which in futsal rarely happens. Cruz levitated towards the ball on the edge of the area. Couldn't achieve any loft on it. Wicket. Cruz. Moving around the court, the $1 million man. Wicket. Thought about flying. Shot kept ascending. Herrero, perhaps conserving energy. A wicket, or a jab. Onto his left, he's hit the post. Carlos Rios adding a new dimension to Carlton's game, Ethan. They're looking a touch more intentful now, but perhaps a little too late.
Still have a glimmer. And while the door is slightly ajar, they will want to thrust it wide open. Jarbo, Marrero, Martina was firm. And now they go quickly. Wicket has 2 arriving. Rajab is 1. Shaban Rajab went on his own and Marrero blocked. Pulido was lurking in there, just to try and give a little devilish flick. As in fact, the Marrero is again just being told to retreat a few yards. Cruz, it's bobbling. Pulido's effort was blocked and it fell for Jarbo. Now Slingsby threaded back for Jarbo and Thornbury have a corner. Taken quickly for Powley, who only found the midriff of Martina, whose fling was intercepted. Powley nodded at Cruz. Pulido, who had to stretch, lost out to Slingsby, who went on his own, and Martina was undeterred. Power. Hart had a counter. Hogan was on, but he just took a fraction too long to find him. And it all broke down in the end. And that time, Cruz's ball is placed too far ahead of Aidan Power. Time truly ticking away for Hart to muster anything. Slingsby wins a corner. One more would seal it. Cut up by Hogan. Jarbo was then there with intent and nearly had the footwork to go round. Instead, Powley took over. Hogan then wanted to go on the counter. Was met by 3 and Marrero picked his pocket. Slingsby couldn't go beyond Power. Slingsby then tried to keep his feet, tried to get back to it. Hogan was bustling and had 2 in which he was entangled and then gave away a free kick. And now Lucas Hogan is going to get a talking to for a free kick, which I'm not entirely sure he knows he's given away.
A very physical play to discuss from both sides. Lots of body involvement, lots of tussling for the ball. Hogan not in the book again, but perhaps his last talking to in these final 2 minutes. Thornbury should be very satisfied with their performance today. Scored early, set the tone early, had Carlton chasing. And it's really been a treadmill run for out of Carlton. They never changed pace, they kept running only in the one direction. Well, Thornbury ran all around the park.
Door almost shot on Carlton. There's Power. Couldn't evade Powley, couldn't stay in play. But for Thornbury, this has been a long time coming. You have to go back quite some time into last year when they were victorious in the top flight. 10 long games for Romario Barro's side. That is a run which will come to an end now. This afternoon, you get the feeling. Bar a Carlton miracle and bar a Thornbury calamity, the points will be theirs. Slingsby went into Hogan. He's just got to be a little bit cautious. He's been booked too. But what a day this is for Romario Barro. What a day this is for Thornbury. It's Martina quickly out to gather away from an arriving Brust. Cruz gave it away, and Pulido dived in as Powley was going to ice it. Cordero reinstated for the final stretch. Brust with a beauty. Powley on the swivel. Martina was firm, and he made a good intervention and then found power. Pulido. Back for Aidan Power. Turkish Dami moments away. Most anticipated one for quite some time. Morland and Hume have got a lot on the line. There's Hogan. That's a rather fine stop from Faraci.
How impressive has Faraci been? Really showcased some fine reads of the play, some reactionary saves. And with each save he's made, Ethan has sapped the momentum away from the side trailing. The question starts to beg, as it has in recent seasons for FC Carlton Heart at the top level. Where does Futsal go from here? They're a class above the championship, no doubting that, but they just can't seem to, once they do find themselves in the Serious Futsal Premiership promised land, find what's needed to compete at a high level, at a consistently high level amongst the other clubs in the competition. And Thornbury was a great indication of where Carlton are at. You'd hope from a Heart perspective that this was a one-off. You want to see more of what they gave against Pascoe Val in their recent performance and what they have out here today. Unfortunately, upon their real first major opportunity on paper for 3 points this season.
They've been lacklustre and have been left wanting, Carlton Heart. But for Thornbury, they are just ticking down the seconds of a season-launching 3 points. They got a gritty point against Aku. It has been 10 games since they last got one, but finally that streak is broken. Thornbury get their first win of the campaign in a crushing display. A fiery, fever-pitch first half and quite a slowed and certain second. Full-time in Darabin. It's Thornbury United 4, Carlton Heart 1. Matchday 6.
A new season, a new year, a new instalment of the Turkish Derby. A lot more to play for in comparison to recent years, considering both these sides reside with the same record after 5 rounds of futsal. Lots has changed in a year. And within the seasons that have come and gone, there's little separating these two. Only score difference. at the start of the 2026 ladder of the Series Futsal Premiership. On goal difference has Maund and Hume separated. Adam Palombi, Ethan Rigg, the Turkish derby, another instalment here at DCSS. A lot to play for, Ethan, for both sides who are hunting on the tail of the champions of last year, Fitzroy. With all the personnel change to speak of, there have been many that have flown in and flown out for tonight's clash. Ethan Rigg, the lineups for both sides.
For Moreland, Christos Apostolakis is the one chosen between the sticks. Alexander Evripidou, Adam Cooper, Herdus Dizada and Giovanni Stellitano are all the ones who start. For Hume, it is Vassos Kartambis who gets the nod. Luke Ross over from the west, Armando Wood, Michael Klanaris and Ubedi Cicek, all entrusted by Fernando Di Moraes.
It was a fantastic round of performance in the previous match day for Moreland by the man on your broadcast side of Stellitano. Sette bello coined by our commissioner. Out of Moreland's new number 7. There is a new signing for the Blues tonight, considering Chavanan has made the journey. He's formerly of Pascoe Vale. Finds himself joining that of the Blues. Evripidou, another new signing who's really ascended their form following what was a difficult opening match against Fitzroy. The Blues looking at their best again, how a month can turn things around in futsal. However, that loss to Fitzroy, Ethan, perhaps sent the community having a different feeling about the Blues and how the Blues have used that, not just on social media, but have been certainly rather with a chip on their shoulder in recent weeks with what they've said in press conferences, with how they've gone about their overall mood on the court. It's actually, in my opinion, sent them into a new gear. It's got them now with something to prove, and that's when Moreland play at their most damaging.
And they've also been able to move quietly as well in the table. Hume have been the ones making all the noise this season so far. Moreland, in the meantime, in the shadows, have just got themselves to, with a win tonight, they'd be level on points with Fitzroy at the top.
It was the Black Army which had issued Fitzroy their first blemish of the year. Undefeated at Nationals. Back in January on the Gold Coast. Their men's side bringing that form to the competition they've resided in since 2005, that of Series Futsal Victoria. Fernando Di Moraes, the architect of Hume's early start to the season and rejuvenation. Alan Kolak watches on. You wonder what he's feeling. He's in these matches in previous years really tried to get one back against that of Darren Saban's Moreland Blues. Last year we mentioned earlier, both Thai internationals venturing across. Wang Sama and Sufut Thoanklang making their journeys to a Series Futsal Victoria court. It was easy pickings for the Blues that night, as it was much for the remainder of all the first instalments of a new season's Turkish derby.
For Kolak on this night, Hume have been coming closer since that evening in particular. Last season they ran more than closer as Dustizada. Forces a good save from Kartambis. Stellitano set it back for Evripidou. And it's the Blues' first surge of the season's first real Byzantine bash. Okan Bayrakli and Grant Lynch, who's also made the journey, make their way out, and Lynch is found immediately by a launch from Cooper. Adam Cooper then got it back, and Kartambis had to intervene.
Really intrigued to see the performance of Vassos Kartambis this evening, considering Gam Murray has really established himself as the Hume shot stopper. The man in red has a lot to prove if he is to retain his position. It's a hot commodity, the shot-stopping position at the Black Army.
Cooper's corner. Lynch moved it on to Evripidou, whose touch was just a little bit too heavy. Moreland really making their first move of this game. Hume wanted a hot start, and Armand Dawood was lurking. Cooper came across just to intervene. And speaking of hot starts, this has been Hume's best start to the season this decade. It's been quite some time since they picked up 9 points in 4 games. They had 6 in 4 in season 2 of 24 and both seasons of the calendar year in 2023 in the top flight. They hadn't got over the top though and gone on for a properly winning start. Bayrakli, Dawood got in ahead of Atay Ibrahim. A lot was made about this game, a lot was talked about in the build-up. As we mentioned with the lineups, cards were kept close to their chest, and Dexter Hart has rolled in on the rebound to put Moreland ahead. Grant Lynch's effort took its ricochet, and Hart rolled in completely unannounced to the Hume defence to put Moreland in front.
That's a start which comes to Boston. Sam Milnes were after. Sam Milnes has not glimpsed away from that of his coaching board.
And Atay Ibrahim's got a look. Moreland were quick to go.
In firm discussions with Adam Cooper, Sam Milnes at the minute. Perhaps have already uncovered the way to infiltrate that of Hume's defensive setup and test Vassos Karatambis, who was being introduced into this game following many Moreland blue attempts on goal. And the effort which ricocheted was fortuitous for Dexter Hart, who opened the scoring.
And now Bayrakli on for Lynch, who lashed at it. In the build-up to this game for Hume, it was billed as the look to beat Moreland for this side in quite some time. The last time that happened now, it's ticked over its 3rd calendar year recently. 16 games ago since they last beat the Blues, and they've got some work to do already this evening. Sam Milnes not best pleased about the closeness of Nicholas Parthamos on that occasion. Atay Ibrahim, Lynch, who was afforded a yard, switched it for Bayrakli, set it for Dexter Hart, who steered his effort over.
Moreland is setting up nicely behind the ball there, coming forward with real purpose. Grant Lynch, what a player he's really proved to be, not just for Moreland this season, but across his illustrious career. Bayrakli stumbling, wasn't sure where to go around Ross, and here is the Prince of Perth. Swade. No Mo Temmel yet again for Hume. Now he might be missed on a really important clash like tonight. Jayden Harb, the futsal route. Getting final instruction from Fernando de Moraes. Had featured in NPL NSW action yesterday for the University of Sydney side in their 5-0 victory. Despite having what was a slow campaign starter in the outdoor circuit, Harb remains committed to what he does on a futsal court. Our usual selector of Miles Downey for the Futsal national team. Quite the youngster as well to boast out of Jayden Harb. It's great to see him venturing to Victoria to compete and not playing at home as Dex Hart hits the back of Ross.
And here he is, installed into the frame immediately. You get the feeling they will need his poise, his quality tonight.
And featured at the recent Futsal Asian Cup for the men's side. To mention how fantastic the women's Futsal team had done at the recent ASEAN competition, losing in the final. Think of Sue's Futsal's Claudia Frescalzo, Jessica Au, Trudy Camilleri. Futsal becoming a flavour again. The national teams, not just featuring at these tournaments, but trying to take something home with them. As Ross, Swade wasn't sure.
There's just a tentativeness about Hume at the moment in the way that they've started this game. They wanted to start hot, but since that initial momentum has slowed, you've seen them just start to go into their shell a bit more.
Ross. Harb. Measured Parthamos. There's 2 shirts to get around. Goes back to Harb. Swade. Ross. Parthamos. Pass and move. Harb. Wasn't sure where to go. Ross provided support. Parthamos could have a chance. He had to get instinctive. Apostolakis was scrambling everywhere. The former Vic Viper, with all his experience, managed the situation well, but it was a fantastic setup from Hume. Parthamos with half an opportunity.
Good run as well from Parthamos. The timing of it was what created that opportunity. He then gambled and was courageous, but Apostolakis equal.
Ibrahim returning for Moreland. Got his shot away, Kartambis. Agile to make the save. Ibrahim. Kartambis palms it away. It was awkward. Lynch's shot ricochets off of Ross. The officials deem it otherwise.
Shout from Gabriel Zeballos, questioning whether or not that was a corner. Kartambis goes long in search of Dawood, who had 2 to contend with and lost out to Arn. And Moreland the motoring. Oh, went on his own. And steered it just wide of the far post. This, exactly the start Moreland would have wanted. Hume just watered down a little bit at the moment. As Dos Santos and Swade collide with one another. Apostolakis went direct. Too direct for anybody, bar Kartambis. Now Harb. Swade. Dawood. Return for Hamza Swade. Set it for Ross, who wanted to drive for Dawood and had nobody forward. Kevin Dos Santos restored to the Moreland fold tonight. Appearances have been here and there so far this calendar year. It's always good to see KDS on court. Stellitano, Atay Ibrahim. Got it back from Dos Santos, and Dawood was too eager to go and win it.
Stellitano says towards the officials, might have wanted advantage there considering I had an open sighting for goal and Arn to my left. And the way Shavin Arn was warming up this evening prior to kick-off, every shot he had taken hit the crossbar and went in. He's looking to really prove his worth at Moreland.
Adam Cooper's free kick, and there is on. It's a good block from Ross. Clanaris momentarily thought about a counter. Now Stellitano. Took a flick from Dawood on its way out. Cooper. Moreland moving hastily. Dos Santos. Around Clanaris. Kartambis saves.
Comfortable height for the keeper, although his positioning was more poised towards the Stellitano direction. Sensing the threat to the number 7, poises inside the D.
Dos Santos' corner. Cooper. Now for Chavinan, who had Dawood to try and dance round, and Harb just made sure the door was shut for a return. Hume just hanging in there at the moment. Moreland's looking to make hay while the sun is still shining in Darebin. Hasn't quite set yet. Cooper's clip. Stellitano was smooth. Arn was motoring, maybe too fast. Couldn't shift gears in time. That's lovely from Harb, who had 3 to go round. Arn had a lot of him, and Hume have a free kick. And Fernando Timoraes pointed immediately for a timeout. Suleiman Mohammed with also such immediacy was there to issue, and Hume will have timeouts in the Turkish derby. Moreland have the lead, courtesy of Dexter Hard. As we go to the break, it is Hume 0, Moreland 1. Returning from timeout, Hume have a free kick and have a real need to get level. Ross didn't catch it cleanly, and now Evlopidu has the counter open up for him. Set it back for Stellitano instead, and now Dos Santos. Cooper. Stellitano, it's been measured from Moreland so far in this half, as was that for Stellitano. Cortambis collected him and will find himself with a yellow card. Oh. And Giovanni Stellitano's in quite a bit of discomfort.
Wow. Gab Ceballos asking a question whether that might have been a bit more than a yellow. Stellitano up on his feet. Cortambis was really in between a decision that had to be made, and made a decision which sent down the attacker. Set their belly up on his feet. Cooper behind. A free kick on an acute angle. He rolls it for Stellitano. Clanaris providing block. Biliansky and Ramadan nearing some court time. Ross wasn't sure where the ball went. Stellitano. DeWood wasn't sure where the ball had gone. Clanaris rolls out of play.
This is not a bad move from Fernando de Moraes. Ramadan caused Moreland a lot of problems last season when he was introduced into these games, so the sooner the better to get the big number 9 involved.
Biliansky, DeWood. Just Tizada. Good positional awareness. Clanaris had the court experience to roll it back to his keeper. Ramadan trying to roll around Stellitano. Couldn't keep his feet. He's still going, Ramadan. Needed a second blue to shut him down. Biliansky arriving. Sending in. Ramadan nearly. Postelakis. It's been focal so far tonight, the veteran. Brilliant. Oh, it was fantastic the way the ball was brought down by Stellitano. And Clanaris has a right foot to use. Cooper not conceding a side ball or corner. Cortambis concedes possession. Stellitano, no one in support. This game at breakneck speed. Clanaris, Ramadan. Toward Biliansky, Hume on calm in possession.
And that's the threat that Ramadan provides. He just causes chaos with his frame and with his imposing nature.
Ervipidu latched onto half an opportunity presented by Armand Tawud. Stellitano's had quite the spell. Ibrahim on in his place. Dustizada. Sending inside the D. Kartambis had a firm eye on the pink ball. Biliansky. Klanaris. Lockie Ramadan with the captain's armband on this evening. Been told by Fernando de Moraes to ask for the ball more. Edvin Pido. Ibrahim. Cooper. Flicks back to Apostolakis. Dustizada came short. Filtered wide. Ibrahim nearly with the control. It's the flight.
Moreland have done really well at just stretching the court when they're in possession. Hume, you can feel that the game is being suffocated into their half when they get on the ball. The Blues go high, but the run of Ibrahim, a lot of the time, and Stellitano have given them that space.
Kartambis conceding possession. Cooper on the overlap. Ibrahim's touch a bit heavy. Klanaris. That got a bit awkward. It's going to favour Moreland.
Just had it trapped under him, Michael Klanaris. Couldn't get it out of his feet. It was a very clumsy coming together, really, between the two as well.
Ata Ibrahim behind the free kick. Cooper, the option wide. Rolls it for Cooper. Big save, Kartambis.
Another vital intervention. Morelands are not letting up. Efrepidu's corner. Ata Ibrahim on for Adam Cooper, who sized up Biliansky. Returned it for Ibrahim, who couldn't get round Ramadan. Despite the chances they've created, Moreland's still only a goal up. Hume just need a good patch, and they could very well see themselves level in this game. A tight, tense, cagey affair. As Cooper gave it away to Biliansky. Dawood wanted the return, and Apostolakis denied both times.
A pack of wolves. Moreland were not in possession and defending. They only breathe a sigh of relief once the ball's cleared.
Biliansky. Set it back for Hamza Suede. Now Ramadan. Efrepidu went to him. Dawood. Biliansky. Couldn't get round Dustizada. Much to Moreland delight. A place level on points at the top of the table. At stake. In this first meeting between these two. And it is oh so close. As Ata Ibrahim and Hard made his move, Kartambis was alert to it. And you can feel the tension in this place just rise a little bit. Suede. Ramadan. Hume are hunting a fuse. Turkman. Biliansky, pressed by Lynch, forced to retreat to Suede, who couldn't steer himself out of trouble. And you can just hear with every misplaced pass, with every challenge won, with every press executed, there is applause and rapture from the bench as Biliansky had it fall his way. Gira Biliansky's effort was blocked by Ibrahim, who is now going options left and right. Ramadan in retreat, brought him down. And Hume are not happy about it. And a yellow card.
Well, Ramadan stormed in. Hume weren't happy. Lockie's gone into the book, and Adam Cooper is a specialist at this situation. The run-up trademark. He is going to absolutely beat the brakes off the ball here. The Hume wall in order.
Cooper off the long run. And Kartambis wore it flush. Came screaming off his line to meet Adam Cooper full force. As Ibrahim, I think, has hit Hamza Suede right where you don't want to be.
Credit to that of Kartambis, considering he had to be brave, the keeper. Had to face the challenge of a Cooper free kick. He can't really steer away from it. Love to know the pace of the ball. It would certainly hit triple digits in terms of kilometres and how fast it travels. We haven't travelled too fast in this opening first half. Still with 1/3 remaining on the clock. Ibrahim, hard. He was the lone goal scorer so far. Luke Ross. It's been well nullified by those off the ball for the Blues. Ramadan, the central target. Biliansky. Ross has to be clean.
Well, that's where they've been so good in this first half. That press has been executed incredibly well. You can see the commitment of the Moreland players to it, and they've just not let Hume out, and it stopped Ross from being able to shine.
Turkman wasn't sure which way to go. It's awarded the foul. Dexter Hard pleading his case. Ramadan wanting to turn around Ibrahim, and Dexter Hard is asking for a bit, the captain. Hume wanting to play right through there, number 9. Postelakis wanting Lynch to venture further wide. No Ubidi Chichik this evening for Hume. No Mo Temel. Their original players, if you will. It's only really Lockie Ramadan. In fact, I knew he was here. He has to be here. How could he miss a game like tonight? Have we seen him yet though, Ethan?
Not yet in this game. His influence, even from the start, was really well nullified by Atay Ibrahim, who has had Chichek's number in these contests.
Well, he's here. And if there's a time to announce yourself, it would be now for UC7. Despite Hume not really having many opportunities to offend. It could be one now as Ross. Biliansky, hustled by Lynch. Ross, Ramadan. Shifting onto his right, Biliansky. Hume pressing forward. Turkman. Ross has to win the ball, he does. Kartambis. Ramadan. Out of applause. Out of applause and out of court, Lockie Ramadan. Cagey, few minutes. Chavanon. Liansky sensing a half chance. Dex Hard. Of his final knockings on the court for now. On comes KDS. Dos Santos. Lynch controls off his chest. Biliansky. Just wanting the pass from Ross, which never came. Possession exchanging hands frequently.
Hume have just stepped up more in the last couple of minutes, and that's resulted in it being a bit scrappy. They're now losing that fear of going to press Moreland and being exposed.
Lynch. Flicking back for Ibrahim. 5 minutes left in this first half. Jordan Harb hasn't really yet been able to attack. Hume have found difficulty in getting shots away, and if they have, Ethan, Apostolakis has drained that momentum from them with his keeping.
Still they search. Inside the final 5 of the first half, wanting an equaliser. Here is Cicek, who lost out to Lynch, who went on the floor when inflicted on for Dos Santos, who's got 2 to go round. Ross was there to sweep up. Lynch on. That was just too tall for Dos Santos to get under his spell. Jordan Harb. Ross. Harb wanted the return and weighted it well. Dos Santos and Ross in protest over whose it'll be, and it'll go Moreland's way. They're just finding a way to win all those little battles right now, the Blues. They can feel Hume hunting with a bit more purpose. There's Arn. Dos Santos, Evripidou. Forced back by Ross. Now Lynch. Evripidou drilled it at Dos Santos, who had to be clean. Evripidou had Dawood clipping at the heels, and he couldn't get out. Only just, though.
That would have been really sleek from the Blues. So Santos was to acknowledge the pass poised for him a bit sooner. Edwin Pearl, what a player he's really turned out to be for Moreland. So much pace, so much intent, so much power as well from their new number 13.
Dawood, Harb, lovely footwork, and a good lunge from Lynch. Hume corner. Just started to rip the momentum. Go all over again. Cicek couldn't find a way beyond on. Harb with length, Ross. The Prince didn't quite catch that cleanly. Evripidou. Steered it down the line for Dos Santos, who was out of room. Where this half has been frantic at times, Moreland are just doing well at taking the sting out of it when it matters. More so than anything. As again, Cicek turned into a deep blue cul-de-sac. This is the kind of grit, though, in this fixture we haven't seen from Hume for some time. Last season aside, often they would be blown away by now. And Arn is on the break, but Ross is in retreat. Could there be a late Moreland look now? Arn's corner. Harb was in the way. Was refound by Cartambis, and Dos Santos was there. He's another one as well that just hasn't quite been able to settle into this first half as Fernando de Moraes would have liked.
Still getting accustomed with the Hume play style. Has been sleek in possession with his footwork. Although losing on that occasion, he has gotten the ball back for Hume deep inside their offensive half.
And Dawood was dancing, on left a leg in. And Hume have a free kick. Good bit of tenacity from Armand Dawood. Just to take that risk, go on and press and go on and win it. Now they've got a chance. And a real one at that. Jordan Harb's free kick is a beauty! Through the lots and all the way in. 1-1. It would have taken something with a special hint to it to beat Apostolakis, and he gave it just that and then some.
You wanted him in the game, Ethan. There he is. The futsal route. Has given the Black Army voice. But they have conceded their 5th foul. Right on the cusp of half time. Not the worst time to equalise, but Hume have to tread water lightly. How much impact their overall defensive game? Edvin Pidu to Santos. Moreland wanting a quick response. On to Santos. All on his own. Wasn't sure what to do. Kartambis to Wood. Shipping. Nobody home. Jordan Harb getting involved the best way you can imagine with a goal. Cooper pressed by Ross. They consider a corner. Moreland have the pendulum. Bounce the other way. Hume with the ascendancy.
And they've been doing it quietly up until they got that equaliser. Now they want to end the half in a flurry. And you can see that there's just an extra intent.
Chichek pedestrian from the corner. Unmeasured for Atta Ibrahim. Harb does well to stop the rampaging Ibrahim. Ibrahim. Cooper. Trying to draw a foul. Harb well in. Lunging Cooper. Ibrahim. On. Wasn't able to generate a shot. Stutters on the attempt. Hume with 90 seconds. And are in possession at the end of this first half. Chichek. The back heel for Ross. Postelakis reads. Moreland can now transition. Ibrahim going through the lot. Couldn't do so. Chichek now has options left and right. The rolling foul will be played. Harb has his effort denied by Postelakis, who's been keeping Moreland intact defensively recently. Ibrahim into the book.
Oh, it was late. It was very late from Atta Ibrahim. Chichek was charging. Had one either side. Just when he rolled it onto Harb, Ibrahim lunged in. Just caught Chichek. It wasn't too high, which helped his case. My word, that was late though. And with a minute to go, they've given up a great opportunity for Hume to go and flip this first half on its head.
So corner for the Black Army to Wood. For Harb, he swings at it. Cooper had Stolatano. Will acknowledge Ibrahim. 1 minute left in this first half. Edvin Pidu. The Blues have the ball at their feet. Will they be patient or simply go for it? Cooper stepping inside. Chichek bundles him off the ball. Away goes UC7 to Wood arriving. Big slide effort at Pidu. It's getting vocal, it's getting noisy at DCSS. Chichek bounces off Stolatano. Harb for Ross. His shot kept lofting.
Hume have got what they were looking for. A piece of Jayden Harb brilliance. And still they've got some time to close out, and still they have to be behaved. But Ross fancies going on one. Luke Ross on his own. And another Moreland rolling foul. And that means 5 apiece. Right at the end of the first half, Gabriel Zeballos acknowledges they racked up quickly. Is there one last look for either of these sides to snatch a half-time lead? They have to do it in 10 seconds. Lynch, Evrepidu, Atta Ibrahim. Patient. Evrepidu had it open up! And it's a good save from Kartambis. Right on the whistle. No time for the corner, but time for another important save, courtesy of the Hume shot stopper. They were behind, courtesy of Dexter Hard, but Jyden Harp hammered in a free kick to ensure that half-time in Darebin, it's Hume 1, Moreland 1. Back from half-time with these two locked dead level. Moreland went ahead early through Dexter Hart, who was all on his own at the back post. He timed the run to perfection, and then Jyden Harp announced himself on the stroke of half-time with something pretty pinpoint to get Hume back level pegging in the Turkish derby. It's been an eternity since they last beat Moreland, and they now are 20 minutes of stop clock futsal from toppling their cross-Constantinople challengers. Grant Lynch wants to change that. Adam Cooper wants to keep the status quo. He's no stranger to a fixture like this, nor is Atay Ibrahim. The return cut out by Cicek. And Hume can motor early. Bilianski had a look. Apostolakis denied. Will be a corner.
A gleaming opportunity for Bilianski. Moreland opened up at the back.
Harb from the corner. Lynch raced out. One Futsal blocks another. A lot of international pedigree out there at the moment. Cicek couldn't get round two.
No Arturo Diaz either for the Black Army this evening. That's who and I think Ethan as well, based off his expressions you can't see, I finally realised isn't here. He's in the building, he's not in a playing kit.
Raging Bull. The talk was from amongst the Hume camp that he unfortunately has succumbed to another injury. To be the bearers of bad news on this broadcast, but there is a reason, as Bilianski nearly got one to p-roll its way through Apostolakis, who went with height for Bayrakli. The chest down was controlled, but it opened the door for Harb, who is having to hold off. Him and Bayrakli entangled. Harb did well to get out. Bilianski's return was too heavy. Gabriel Zeballos wanting Moreland not to let Hume out that easily. Vocal about their need for just a bit more hustle and bustle. Cooper got it back from Bayrakli and then put it behind Dustizada. Jayden Harb. Ross just came to give him some support. Found its way to Luke Ross. Good save of Apostolakis. One shot stopper called into action. Cicek wins a corner. Bilianski's take, wanted to thread it for Ross. Bayrakli was watchful and got a foot in the end. You think back to the last time these two teams met. Hume went a goal down early, then went and flipped the game on its head before Moreland rallied late on to go and win it, to go and pinch it really in the end, 4-3. This one transpiring in some vein similar so far. Kartambis has left the net vacant momentarily. Harb went for Ross instead. And now Jayden Harb once more. Had Cooper to go at. Cicek. Ross. Moreland just trying to strangle the options. And Cicek and Apostolakis collided. Lynch wasn't too sure. And in the end, Apostolakis took evasive action. Cooper, Grant Lynch behind Bayrakli.
From its first glimpse, Apostolakis looked as if Cicek had, when he fell over, bounced onto the forehead of the keeper, who was up and was looking towards the bench to say, well, I'm okay, I'm fine. Let's continue.
Ramadan able to roll away from two. Lucky Ramadan. And Apostolakis with a firm set of hands.
Cooper flicks his way out of danger. Dustizada has numbers. Lynch in support. Here is the futsal route. Rolls it back for Cooper. Thought about the initial strike. Onto his left. He got around Bilianski. Ross gets sent to the ground by the Santos. And away goes Jayden Harb. Has Bilianski in support. Went solo and Apostolakis saved.
And there's just a look of recognition from Harb to Bilianski then to say, well, I could have squared it, but it just opened up for me. Wasn't a bad hit. Apostolakis did well.
Luke Ross is encouraged to shoot. He shot, not testing of anybody. Ibrahim back on court. Cooper on broadcast side will receive. Has space to infiltrate Cooper. Lynch to lateral. Ross for Harb, who's really manifested a performance Following his goal, Biliansky, not underground enough. Well wide. The match's deadlock breaker. Dex hard, reinstated. Ibrahim taking Cooper's position on broadcast side. Here he is. Brilliant ball for Hard. Kartambis with the save. Elusive from Ibrahim. Harb not able to get a pass away, and you're seeing that more and more from the Blues.
Just how good is that from Atay Ibrahim? He just was patient, waited for the run of Dexter Hard, and then drilled it. Split the Hume defence wide open. Kartambis was the only one, from a Hume perspective, alert to the situation.
Ross works it for Klanaris. Central Ramadan, no supporting runs for Lockie to work with. Biliansky. Maund forcing Hume deeper and deeper. Lynch. The idea over the top from the keeper, Postalakis. Read by Biliansky. Ibrahim. Dos Santos. Ross clears. Hume on the back foot. Dos Santos. Dexter Hard. Dos Santos. Ibrahim away to the movement of Hard, which arises. Katambis, nimble, cat-like to make the save.
Complete carbon copy of the move beforehand. And again, it's Atay Ibrahim and Dexter Hard linking up so well. The ball is just brilliant. And it's because the movement shifts the space for Hard to come in as the late runner on the far side. And Hume are exposed. They haven't been aware to it.
Luke Ross. Parthamos controls. Dos Santos concedes the foul. Ross, nonchalant ball. Central for Ramadan. Lots of Hume's moves coming through their number 9. Parthamos with pace for Ross. Backwards, Ramadan colliding with Ibrahim.
Parthamos left it for Ross. And Klanaris, who couldn't tiptoe around Kevin Dos Santos. Just kept the light on to say, well, I didn't touch him. A really cagey second half start. Postalakis went longingly, and too long for Stelitano. Had an interesting evening thus far. Giovanni Stelitano, active in the first half. Last week's Player of the Week. Is yet really to get into this second half so far. One we'll be hoping he can lift. That's Parthamos. Oh. It's a good idea to try and find Ramadan. They just had too much speed on it. Got a couple of oohs and ahs from the Hume bench. As does that from Ibrahim, which is a brilliant ball for Stelitano. The angle was always too tight.
His passing has been pinpoint this evening. Ibrahim loving a diag. He's been so well measured, so well placed. And Dexter Hard and Stelitano on the opposite flank have loved making forward runs because Ibrahim's passes always seem to hit players into space.
Here is Dexter Hard. Dos Santos. Atay Ibrahim, who was pressed upon by Cicek, did well to find Stelitano. Now Hard. Dos Santos, who rolled Ramadan and then was wrestled by him too. Klanaris, Cicek, it might open up for Hume. And the ball for the break was behind all rushers.
Cabzabias not happy. Dos Santos claiming a bear hug, the call from Cabzabias. It was Dos Santos who had the strength regardless to get around Ramadan.
Ibrahim got beyond the diving Dawood. just hit it with too much force and too much height at the near post. Still, the conversation continues between the officials and the Moreland Blues manager. Parthamos to Wood. Driving at Ibrahim and flashing his effort just wide.
He's teasing Armand to Wood. Kept everybody honest in a blue shirt. His effort wide, but perhaps something we haven't seen so far tonight.
Michael Clenaris wore one. Quick checks all around to make sure that he's all right. Very set to continue. The main concern must have been for a blood nose more than anything. Stelitano, in the meantime, nearly caught Kartambis out. He was just going to redistribute his weight across. The Wood can't get beyond Dos Santos and is forced to clear. Moreland turning up the heat. Ibrahim. Dos Santos. Set again for Altay Ibrahim. His effort was whipped well wide. Cicek. De Wood was an on-runner, as was Clenaris. Parthamos. Patience from Hume. Michael Clenaris. Armand De Wood. Evrapidu went to go and press him. Cicek's taken that down tidily. Altay Ibrahim equally as clean with his challenge.
Had to be alert, Ibrahim. It's a nice touch from Cicek. Lots of pace in the ball towards him. Crickets start to sound on the outside of DCSS, but there's nothing that would suggest silence in here. 12.5 left, one apiece. Arguably the most competitive Turkish derby we've seen in recent history. Parthamos getting stuck on the ball, but equally as shifty to get out the danger. Cicek has found to Wood. They played advantage, the Black Army. But the ball upon its clearance never had remained in play.
The advantage hadn't expired either. So Michael Ciaris just reining it back. Froth mop needed. Just to cleanse the court. You've got a free kick. In a real position of promise. There was a lot of deliberation between all of the on-court Hume players as to who would take this free kick. In fact, as to who would take this side ball.
Cicek can't really make anything work that time around. Hume. Ibrahim's clearance hits the roof. The Black Army back in possession. Parthamos. To Woods. Cicek liked the idea. Ross. Harb, Biliansky all having lengthy spells on the bench. A mixture of experience and youth on court currently for the Black Army. Cicek, nearly. Postelakis reads it well. Parthamos well positioned. Can he transition? Parthamos has a wide option of towards. He regrets it, does Nick Parthamos, in not reaching that of his fellow teammate. It was wide open, Ethan.
It could have been a really good look as well for Hume. The space just opened up for DeWood. Moreland dropped centrally.
Stelitano finds Grant Lynch. DeWood desperate. Cicek not around the man mounted of Ezepido. Lynch. Not able to find the feet of Ibrahim, who was twisting in an attempt to control the ball. Ross. Cicek using all his strength. Stellatano's on his own. Sette Bello rampaging, but not testing. Stellatano adamant he had a corner. Lynch and Cicek, nice battle between those two. Ross. Jordan Hard back on court. Swain just in play. Confronted by Stellatano. Evrepido. Swain's found difficulty this evening against the likes of Evrepido and Stellatano. They shut him down quickly. Don't allow Hamza any time on the ball. Cicek's found half a yard. Lynch is able to clear without the jeers of handball screaming from the Hume bench. Ross. Cicek couldn't shop to find Ross. Elvir Pirdal, the momentum from Cicek will allow the big man to stroll forward onto his left. Kartambis. Ramadan re-emerges. Cicek feeling the complete physicality of this game.
Here is Swade, who's got Evrepidu and Atay Ibrahim to beat, and he loses out. Ibrahim and Evrepidu both hit the deck. A duo of Blues feeling the court. The physicality's gone up a notch in this second half. Both of these sides desperate to get one over the other. Desperate not to concede any ground. And now Harbour's got ground to go into. On was Ramadan. Set it back for Luke Ross. It took a deflection.
That could have been going anywhere, that deviating ball. Ramadan made up lots of ground to provide Harbour a lateral option. Ross thought, yeah, I might as well. It could go anywhere after I've hit it. It's not the worst place for the Black Army.
Swade's take. Cleared by Lynch. On for Adam Cooper. And Lynch is motoring. Cooper couldn't return it to him. It was a good read from Harb, whose flick then inadvertently almost found Ramadan. Bayrakli recycled through Ibrahim. Adam Cooper had to lunge, but kept it alive. Ibrahim. Lynch. And Ibrahim's footing lets it down. And now it's 3-on-2. Ramadan had a hit. And Hume have got a corner.
Hume always having eyes for goal, which you appreciate, but if only they lowered them at stages. Ramadan had options to choose from, which were vacant. The captain thought, I have to contribute in the highest way I possibly can.
Ramadan's take just in the nick of time. He found Ross. Ramadan, roll Bayrakli and Apostolakis save. Swade on the follow-in. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant.
Great goalkeeping from Apostolakis. A big puff of the number one's chest. You can see as he made a double save. Important moments, two clear-cut chances for the Black Army.
Ramadan's corner again. This time for Harb. Oh, and it tipped devilishly, but not enough to trouble Apostolakis. Just a quick little Hume surge. And it needed the very best of Christos Apostolakis to deny them away in front. Now Bayrakli, who's lost out to Harb. Jayden Harb had a go! Inches from a second. They are getting oh so close and even closer.
The Santos introduced to provide some energy.
There's Bayrakli. Lynch set it for Adam Cooper, and Lynch on the follow-in. Moreland have made it count. And Hume hearts drop.
That all stems from that man in between the sticks. Apostolakis was resilient. Cooper with a major drill. He was open in vacant space, AC3. He called for Grant Lynch to arrive at the back posts. The two Futsaroos combined. Lynch with the easy task. It was all Cooper. and Apostolakis laying the foundations for the Blues' second goal.
And Moreland have flipped the script. They were under immense pressure. Now have themselves right back where they want to be. Well, that's a giveaway from Lynch. And Harp is looking to reinstate some parity. Ross was diving. They have a corner.
Jordan Harp. It's a different story for the Black Army now. They were hunting for a goal to put them in front. They're looking for an equaliser. Ramadan. The Santos on the way from Suede, who could be in trouble. They wanted to take it quickly, the Blues. Barakli was staring directly at Kartambis in a one-on-one.
Gabriel Zeballos, most animated about that challenge. Kevin Dos Santos has shirked it off. Hamza Suede in the book for the first time tonight.
8 minutes left to play in the match of the round of the men's premiership competition for round 6. Lynch, his goal difference maker. Dos Santos. Cooper. Santos. Not around Ramadan, whose balls are going to be to Santos's. Cooper. Barakli. Brilliant from Lynch. Ross takes charge and Hume can flick the switch. Ramadan around Cooper. Apostolakis came a long way to Wood. Lynch makes a big block. It's such an important ball to win. And both sides weren't giving up an inch.
Chaos, absolute chaos. Two terrific challenges from Luke Ross to win the ball back to kickstart the counter, then to keep it alive. It's the kind of hunger that Hume are going to need to get themselves level.
Barakli had an invitation to shoot. His shot goes wide. Cooper withstands the DeWood press. Lynch, touch too heavy. Kartambis reads it well. Do Hume go fifth man is the question. Cam Murray is renowned for playing with the ball at his feet. Kartambis no stranger to such either, but will the Black Army opt to utilise that as a tactic? Considering how they've been in this match competitively, they are in desperate need of a goal if they are to go on and win it. You wonder if Fernando de Moraes is thinking the same thing. Harb. DeWood. An invitation to shoot. Apostolakis palms away. Corner Hume.
It's terrific again from Apostolakis. Another good save. Really had to spring across. DeWood called it sweet. That was arrowing.
DeWood to Santos with the block, and KDS loves this situation. Rampaging forward. Shavidan. Gab Zeballos was adamant. He wanted the timeout to be issued right about now, which the Blues will get. They lead by a goal courtesy of Grant Lynch. It was fantastic play from Apostolakis and then Cooper, who laid the foundations for the Lynch goal to put them in front. 2-1 the score in the Turkish derby. Hume trail as we cross to a timeout break. Dexter Hart inside the area. We resume our broadcast. Mo Tanker urging the commissioner to come across and clean the froth off the court. Meanwhile, Tillard's shot will be blocked, but Ethan, perhaps the Hume camp residing on the opposite end of their technical area, really sense that they're in this contest and are trying to perhaps play some mind games where they can and getting the commissioner to get rid of the froth on the court, to perhaps delay the clock.
Anything matters in this situation. Even an extra couple seconds instruction from Fernando de Moraes could prove priceless. Harp's effort not stinging Apostolakis. Hume have it to do. They don't want to keep an unwritten, unwanted record on for longer. It would be 17 games since they last beat Moreland. They've beaten them once this decade. As to Wood, Harp didn't know much about it as On slid in.
Nearly a golden opportunity for Jordan Harp. It's well done from Arn to slide, have the ball bounce off of his opponent.
A tidy ball to find Dexter Hart. And Armand Wood concedes a corner. Still so much time, still so much to come. Hart's take, no one was central. Cicek kept it alive but lost out while doing so. And Cooper had a hit! And was not far away.
Karatambis was diving but at thin air. Cooper's effort, lots of dip, which had really troubled the keeper with deceit, and how unlucky he was from finding the back of the net and putting this game, you'd argue, beyond reasonable doubt.
It's a good run from Biliansky. Found well by Cicek, couldn't steer it for Harp. And then Hart got an all-important foot in.
Chavanel on debut has really made some important interventions.
Biliansky. Cicek went the back heel. Apostolakis unbothered. Atai Ibrahim. Cooper. The chip left a bit, and Ibrahim did it, and On is on his own, and just couldn't get the shot away. Everyone on the blue bench urged him to have a go.
That was probably his only mistake to date on his debut. And unfortunately for Arn, at one of the most important moments of the match thus far.
Cooper went searching. Hard wasn't to get there.
What a way that would have been to acquaint yourself at your new club. He's played very well up until that moment. Perhaps all the thoughts going on in your mind, Ethan, he just wasn't able to make a decision in time.
Cicek has spun Cooper and has bulldozed his way, and that's an all-important intervention from Arn. Hume protests that they should have a penalty. But Shavin Arn has just had two of the biggest moments of the match. That's some way to redeem yourself. DeWood. Biliansky. Back for Armand DeWood. Proving hard to get past, and there's no way past. Biliansky again. Now to Woods, and now Chavinon goes to put him under duress. Cicek, Turkman. Returned it for Uvedi Cicek. Turkman, Cicek. Patient from Hume. Biliansky. Turkman. Trying to size up Atai Ibrahim and find an opening. To Woods, couldn't thread it, and Cooper picked it off, and now Moreland can break. Ibrahim, Adam Cooper, Kartambis has denied him. Excellent, and now Turkman on the break, and it was behind Biliansky. What a passage of futsal.
It's a great save from Kartambis, who nearly, if he wasn't to extend his hand, Ethan, would have conceded an unfortunate goal. So unlucky was Cooper. He's had two attempts to score. One was just wide of the post, the other with some brilliant keeping. Celentano introduced Dexter hard from nowhere. Luke Ross itching to get back on. Jordan Harb. You wonder how Hume on court will finish this contest. Ramadan. Confronted by two Blues, Celentano and Cooper. Close out the big man. 2 minutes and 49 seconds left. Luke Ross. Jordan Harb. Apostolakis, nimble, cat-like, sprawling across his goal to make the save.
Good save. Down low from Apostolakis. Harb just on the half turn, really, trying to create a chance out of nowhere. He stayed alert through a couple of bodies. That's a fabulous watch.
Turkman's corner. Flicking in for Harb, who volleys. Lynch knows his Footscray teammate well. Fernando de Moraes wants to set up from the corner. That's exactly what has been issued. A timeout from the Hume bench. Time is valuable. Just over 2 minutes left in this Turkish derby. We draw to a break. Maund in front by a goal. Play resumes at DCSS, and look what Fernando de Moraes has prescribed. The fly kit on Jubili Cicek. Hume certainly upping the ante. They have an extra player on court. Karatambis with the bib dangling from his hands. He's anticipating any time to get back in between the sticks. Cooper can seal it! Luke Ross! Had Ross hit that with his hand, he'll claim it's hit his hands. Cooper well measured, let's watch it back. He goes over the top, Cooper. Ross, it's hit his head. Cooper's corner, Kartambis back on. What a goal line clearance from Ross. Ibrahim nearly taking the roof off. Cooper could seal it. He went for the reverse pass. It's all a mess on court. Pandemonium. What do we unpack there, Ethan Rigg?
Mayhem. Complete mayhem. Gabriel Ceballos in conversation behind us. The net was vacant. What a header that is from Luke Ross. And Hatay Ibrahim nearly killed it and nearly broke the top corner. Astonishing.
Cooper closes the gates on Turkman. KDS on the corner. Wanting a stoppage in play. Turkman comes away with the ball. Now Luke Ross can go. Cicek back into the mix. A minute and 36 seconds left. Anything can happen here. Ethan Rigg, anything can happen here. Cicek. Harb. Maund wanting the clock to tick quickly. Parthamos! Reactionary. Nico can't believe he hasn't scored. Apostolakis yet again standing up when it matters.
He with a couple of golden saves. The Golden Glove winner, season 1 last year. And it's been a golden night for him.
Lynch can't control. Hume back in possession. It's all to play for the Black Army.
Time ticking away for Hume. Moreland are so close. And Cooper got a flick, he wasn't too sure. That's what this situation's doing to you. Entirely uncertain. Not a moment of silence in here. Parthamos, Chichak on the switch for Harp. Ross. Chichak, Luke Ross. On for Jayden Harp, and it's a good foot from Dos Santos. Time running out for Hume. They've got to find something. Parthamos just denied. Ross, Parthamos. Starved of options, Atay Ibrahim stood him up. Chichak. Parthamos had a yard, Ramadan was central. No one was running at the back post to steer it in. Desperately close. Ibrahim. Pressed by Parthamos, switch for Dos Santos. Lynch, Adam Cooper's on his own if he wants him. He's forced to take it back. Ibrahim, Cooper, Parthamos again going. Ramadan came to join him. Ibrahim is running out of room and somehow, someway kept it alive. Now Adam Cooper. Lynch, hustled by Ross. This is magnificent from Moreland. Cooper, Ibrahim. Down the line for Dos Santos. Ramadan lunged in.
World class from the Blues, the way they've been able to manage the match moments. 11 seconds away from victory.
Ibrahim, Apostolakis. It looks like it's going to be more Hume heartbreak in the Turkish derby. Level on points with the reigning champions. Beckons for a blue side who was supposedly out of it after opening night. Their resurrection almost complete. Moreland win the derby. And this one means oh so much. Hume gave it everything. They were oh so close, but it is that bitter-sweet feeling of nearly but not quite for them once again. Moreland move level on points with Fitzroy, move themselves right back into the forefront of the frame that is the early season title race. Full time in Darabin from a gripping one. It's Hume 1, Moreland 2. Welcome to the final fixture before the Easter break, and it's an opportunity for a potential spanner in the works to be thrown in the early season title chase. Melbourne Ac have been in fine touch and are on the early charge. Francis Marr, Fanoa Marr and Aaron Yu inside the opening 20 seconds is forced in to a rather sharp stop. In fact, that effort flashed just wide of the goal. But Aku are wanting a rebound and already are looking like they can very much go about doing it. They were defeated 4-0 by Moreland last week. They want to close the gap to the top right up early on in the race. And they're against a Fitzroy team who, that Hume defeat aside, have been faultless so far this season and this calendar year. And they are looking to extend their lead at the top of the table going into just the first little break of the season. And they're hoping that tonight's fixture is more of a formality than it was the last time they met. Ethan Riggin, Adam Palombi to close out the show on what has been a simply terrific Sunday of futsal here in Darebin. Started on quite a sunny afternoon, early kick-off in the championship. We then moved into the top flight. Thornbury got their first win of the season. And Moreland in the game just gone. If you've just joined us, Adam, they only just got it done over Hume.
And Black Army not able to capitalise upon their forward chances. They were certainly trying to mount something, although Moreland flexed their muscles when it mattered. And were able to ensure that the result went their way. Cooper lifting, Apostolakis showcasing some great goalkeeping. Overall, there wasn't exactly a player that put a foot wrong from the Blues, despite Stoletano conceding after we'd gone off air that it wasn't their best outing. We're still able to get the job done. So it's a credit to Sam Milnes, Darren Sabine and Gab Zabayos, overcoming that of Hume, who were building from the momentum sustained by their victory against Fitzroy.
Lucas Grigg called quickly into action. He's Aku's starter tonight. A pair of Angelatoses and a pair of Mars round out your five for QEMU. Aaron Yu restored to the starting spot between the sticks. Scott Rogan, Corey Sewell, Cosi Russo and Elias Parthamos. Quite the quartet at Jimmy Soufis' disposal from the off tonight. And won't they need it? Moreland have moved right back on terms with the reigning champions, who are looking to stretch their legs once more. Saul from the corner, rattled his effort into Mar, and now Angelatos. Good challenge by Parthamos. Russo happy to recycle. Yu for Rogan. Now Cosimo Russo once again. Corey Sewell. On for Parthamos. Patient from Fitzroy. Russo, Parthamos, Rogan. Steered round the corner well. Those two, when linking up, just running out of room. And we're looking at two teams who defensively have been quite sound this season. Aku, one or two teams to keep a clean sheet. Fitzroy have only conceded on 8 occasions. No one in the league has conceded fewer than the Tigers. It's been rock solid in defence as a foundation. And Aku are wanting to make some early inroads into that. Swall was out the back. Francis Marr ensured he couldn't be found. And aside from that, Aku's defence sits in the top 3, only 10 against. However, only Thornbury at the bottom of the league have scored fewer than they have before play tonight. So it's not been a season of potency just yet for QEMU's side. And they'll be hoping that that can be altered this eve to give themselves quite a scalp for a team who, in their own right, have been making a bit of noise.
Rogan side ball. Parthamos onto his left. Skrig palms it away. And Galatos ensures the clearance is delivered. Corey Sewell. Parthamos. Rogan. Sewell stretching. Not keeping the move alive. The Lions have the break tonight. Albion and Aidan Chachi are in the building along with Saka, while Jaron having a glimpse of the action. Marcus Fernandez and, well, in fact, a fair chunk of the Aku playing squadron not in attendance this evening. In a playing kit, that's for sure. Fernandez, Irwin and Nakano all not featuring.
3 big pieces to the puzzle as well. Missing for QEMU's side. Marcus Fernandez out for some time. Connor Irwin, a more recent withdrawal, as was Nakano, who only reappeared last week.
Perhaps still nursing have his injury concerns, Nakano. Grigg launches. Angelatos, lots of pace. Ma. Francis Ma. Jerry Angelatos. The back will work, and Aaron Yu is able to make the save. Francis Ma testing the keeper.
It looked like it just swerved on him a bit late, Aaron Yu, as he was set pretty well and then had to readjust. It took him off balance. It's a firm hit from Noah Ma. It's good from Aku.
Angelatos brothers combined. Ma. Charged down by Corey Sewell. Grigg. Aku in these clashes, Ethan, have always played at their best, but it takes a moment of Fitzroy brilliance to undo them. It's, in my opinion this evening, up to Aku to show the resolve, ensure that at no stage they are to if they are too far to behind, not to drop their heads and concede the game for what it is. Scoring against Victoria has proven to be difficult, but that's where you look towards that of the men in the pivot. Francis Ma, if Aku are to do anything tonight, would have to have a blinder.
He'd have to be active and a real thorn in Fitzroy's side. The last time these two met, though, it was a pretty cagey contest. Tigers got the job done 2-1, but that was the first time we really saw Melbourne Aku get some resolve against Fitzroy and look like they were starting to not necessarily go toe-to-toe, but be way more competitive.
Rogan down the court. Rousseau unable to control. Angelatos. Oscar Yee was the poster boy on the Aku socials this evening. Ma, Angelatos. Yee. Angelatos. Allen spins around. You got to be very careful in possession when Josh Allen is lurking with menace.
Fitzroy's first real unsettler for Aku. A little bit pedestrian in possession. Allen almost capitalised. Nepomuceno drilled his effort. Now Rogan couldn't find a way around Angelatos, who stood him up. Real importance on this game. Aku can close that gap up at the top. For Fitzroy, it just ensures they stay at the top of the tree for a bit longer. There's Noah Ma via a deflection. Aranu prevents the corner and does so quite well. And then was quick to fling it. Rogan and Angelatos became entangled. And Jerry was adjudged to have fouled the futsal route. Deadlock still unbroken. Lucas Grigg orchestrating an Aku wall. There is much conversation from a trio of Tigers around the free kick. That 3 becomes 2. As Allen retreats. Now Rogan leaves it to Parthamos, who had a hit, and Allen's following. That's terrific from Lucas Grigg. Dutiful double save. And the fling for Oscar Yee, whose touch was too heavy, much to his own annoyance. First real warning shots fired. Rogan. Allen. Set it back for Scott Rogan, who got around Leong, and then moved it for Josh Allen, and Grigg denies without not really knowing much about it.
Ruslan taking no chances, wanted the ball quickly cleared.
Nepomuceno trying to manoeuvre around Leong. Peluso against his former side, set it back to Rogan. Now Javaro Nepomuceno again. Rogan wanting to draw Noah Ma. Threaded it for Allen, who took it down tidily, but ran out of room while doing so. Leong. Happy to take his time. Oscar Yee was one of the only options. Ruslan. Back for Colin Leong. Again, there's a wall of yellow ahead of him. Set it back for Yee. Now Noah Ma. Oscar Yee. Patience personified by the package on this occasion. Leong. And eventually the move breaks down. Fitzroy just frustrating Aku, not allowing them any freedom. And a first set of minutes for the season for Tal Galpa.
Great to see him back. Really fond of the work of Tal Galpa, a man from Byron Bay. Glad he's back.
Aku equally as glad about his reappearance as Nepomuceno had it picked off by Ruslan. Him and Yi got in a muddle and they had to clear. Real flow to this game so far. Opportunities not necessarily frequent, but the futsal's been proactive. Nepomuceno not beyond Leong.
Peluso. Nepomuceno. Deadlock not broken yet in this one. Krieg's had his tests. Hughes had an awkward one to handle. Galper. Leong. Peluso has the wheels and the agility to turn the other way. The hard part he done right, the easy part, not so much for Peluso.
And that's the frustrating tale for him at the moment. A lot of times this season he's been able to do the difficult stuff and stand out, but it's just that final ball that sometimes is a little bit lacking.
Luong. Ruslan pressed by Nepomuceno. Allen. Ruslan. Galper. Receives the ball back from Oscar Yi. Luong. Aku. Have all day. I don't mind as long as I hold the ball. Luong. Commentator's curse.
And they've had the lion's share of possession to start this game. Have Melbourne, Aku. The problem for them is there's not been a lot of potency when they've had it in possession. They've been happy to pass it around the back, but Fitzroy have been capable and happy to sit off.
Galper won't want to sit off this opportunity. Options left and right, he's hit the crossbar. Had Aaron Yu got a head onto it, I think he did, Ethan.
That's a brilliant save from Aaron Yu. Just got a fingertip to steer it onto the bar. And he's had quite a trying start to the year off the court. He's now starting to find his best again on it.
Luong, Ma will cry for handball. There's been a few jeers across all games this evening for handball, hasn't there, Ethan? It's been an underlying tone of this evening's proceedings.
Everybody's fancied a shout for a handball. A lot have wanted a penalty. There's been a few that have, to be honest, had quite the case. That one, not so much. Nothing really Filio could have done.
Hey, Robotis. On court for the Tigers. He's been sporadic so far this season in terms of appearances. Has the number 18 for the Tigers. Ma. Ruslan. Angelatos. Ruslan. Not so much for Galper. Filio. Robotis. Pep Filio. Angelatos not around that of Cosi Russo, who closed the angle. Corey Sewell to take the place of Josh Allen. The ball spills from Grigg, although the official will deem that illegal.
Still quite a close contest, this one. Lucas Grigg's double denial in the opening stages. The closest really either side have come until Tal Galper hit the bar via a flick from Aaron Yu. And here is Galper. Angelatos on for Francis Ma. Just couldn't get round Corey Sewell. A very slow and methodical build-up in this game. Filio, Robotis, Sewell. Was really starved of options, forced to go back to Russo. Filio, lovely tiptoe around Francis Ma, helped it on for Robotis. Angelatos got a foot in, and Aku just about get it away. And now Angus Angelatos thought about leading the break, but the ball was behind Francis Ma. Switch really yet to be flicked by either side in this first half. Two very well set up systems. Corey Sewell from range. Galper gets over. Corey Sewell. Filio. Rousseau. Dropped it back for Filio, who wanted to go inventive for a runner who never arrived. Quite the use of interchange thus far for Jimmy Soufas and co. The Aku bench has been more unmoved. Long stints for Jerry Angelatos in particular. Now Galper. Couldn't get beyond Rogan. It's a very calculated feel to this game so far. Not a lot of risks being taken. Neither side really willing to go on and throw the kitchen sink at the other just yet. Game perhaps in need of a spark. There's Galper. Francis Marr. On for Galper again. Angelatos. He went over the top with the return. Galper just a gesture. He wanted it to feet. A little bit of frustration with how that move seems to constantly break down, just creeping in a little. Filio. Rogan. Allen. Get returned it for Pep Filio, who went searching for Saul, whose touch was loose on that occasion. Quickly mopped up by Lucas Grigg. Angus Angelatos finds brother Jerry. Galper. Francis Marr. Again, Robotis just went to press. Angelatos gave Galper one that was quite hot to handle. Rogan, as Oscar Bryant seems to be getting himself ready for introduction. Elias Parthamos also wanting to re-enter the piece. Saul couldn't get round Angelatos. Scott Rogan, Pep Filio. Went the long way and kept it alive. Near post chaos, Robotis. Corey Saul came crashing through. Angelatos there to take the sting out of it and maybe kickstart a counter of his own. Robotis was smart on the press. Angelatos. Jerry to Angus. He wanted to drive. Filio cut it out and now Fitzroy go the other way. Rogan with options left and right, one of whom was Saul. And Angelatos was diligent to stifle the danger. Rogan off it! Oh, brilliant from Grigg.
Brilliant save. He might have said it late, Grigg, but his height helping him on that occasion. Rogan looking for power. Became a fist away from Grigg. Bryant's nearly flicking on. Swole couldn't work the angle. Nobody arriving at the back posts. Plans for Easter? Ethan, what's the go for next weekend?
Given the week off, could be a quiet trip away.
Where are you going?
Haven't quite decided that yet. Still possibly something in the works. Have to plan it sooner rather than later. You got anything happening for Easter?
Francis Marr having quite the conversation with Benjamin Howe. Ball goes out of play and he claims that he's not that accurate. Francis Marr, the captain, trying to find the funny side to life, but goes into the book. He doesn't mind a card. You'd think it's his birthday every week. It's Parthamos. Into an exile plan for not just next weekend, but tonight. Rogan, good block, necessary by Angelatos. Marr skipped away. Angelatos was determined, he was eager, he wanted the ball, he never got it. Rogan. Oscar Bryant going down the centre in a direct fashion. Swool. Corner Fitzroy. Rogan. Changing lanes. Corner at the opposite end for Fitzroy.
That's good intervention from Angelatos. He just gets a faint flick on it, but Saul was lurking at the back post, and it was just exactly what Rogan was trying to open up. Got space on his left, drilled it across with pace. It was a cross-turn shot, really.
Swool, Parthamos, Angelatos sensed the opportunity to potentially break. 7 minutes left to play in this half. Both sides yet to score. Fitzroy starting to ask more questions, however. Aku withstanding the forward display of Fitzroy for the meantime. Swool. Parthamos got it short, deflecting ball, Angelatos. Lovely control. The flick on from Angus, nearly supreme. The Tacania West pass back from Parthamos will work for Aaron New. The Tigers tamed. They'll restart. Bryant. Enough on it for Swool. Tangoing with the big man Ma. Francis in support. Either side only conceded them one foul each thus far. Proceedings been pretty chill.
It's been quite amicable between these two teams compared to the fire and fury we had at the two games that went before. Thornbury and Carlton certainly didn't pull any punches from one another. And in a derby, you expect fire.
Bryant's turning away. They're calling for a free kick up. Fitzroy, worthy of a protest. Bryant had a fair chunk of his jersey held back. He'll ask the question now towards the official. Probably can't repeat most of what Corey Swool said there, but he certainly thought it was a foul. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Ethan, say something.
They were certainly quite animated about the discourse of that conversation over on the Fitzroy bench. Ben Howe just laying the law down. There's Parthamos out on court, wants to search for an opener, and now Noah who was fouled. And now Oscar Bryant has his turn. So perhaps give a bit of cheek and just ask the question. Something tells me that the pleasantries have been dealt with now between these two this evening. Last couple minutes, just becoming a little bit more frayed. The most open of first halves, however, between these sides. Neither has really been able to break through. But both have been willing to let the other have a go in possession. There's Rogan. Nepomuceno was encased in evergreen and then got out to find Parthamos. Nepomuceno, Oscar Bryant, tidy turn away from Leong, then was confronted with Noamar. Parthamos, good footwork to get round, just wriggled out of trouble well. Rogan. Nepomuceno had gone too early.
Rogan playing the ball to his former Nationals teammate of Marcus Fernandez. There is someone this evening, Ethan, we haven't seen again in Fitzroy colour out of the debutant of last week, the 15-year-old of, refresh the memory, but he was fantastic upon debut, Ethan.
Colomiere,
That's the one.
having made quite the impact last week, scored on Fitzroy debut as well.
He was grouse. He was awesome.
Brief glimpse into the future from Jimmy Sufas and co. That's Rogan. Back from Allen. Parthamos. Josh Allen. Rogan. Went the long way round Oscar Yee and couldn't find even an inch at the near post. Yee once again. Aku been very patient in their deliberance in this half. Leong. Yee. Ruslan. Noah Ma had 2 to contend with and lost out to Parthamos. Back to his keeper, Aaron Yu on for Josh Allen, who threaded it for Nepomuceno. That's a brilliant challenge from Oscar Yee.
Charge down. Oscar not allowing that of Javaro to do anything with the ball. Of Prospect. Aku have really taken the game to Fitzroy so far. They've been defensively sound. We've seen this before, however. This isn't something that's not traditional. Fitzroy will ask the questions. It'd be nice to see Aku flip the script and do the same! It only takes a moment of magic for Elias Parthamos to set this game well and truly into ignition. The cannon does so with his right foot after some slick combinational play with Josh Allen. At last, Fitzroy have broken the deadlock.
They've been trying for quite some time. Finally, firing on all cylinders, really. Well taken from Parthamos, hit low, hit with pace. Always at an awkward height for Lucas Grieg. Finally, somebody tries to pick out the bottom corner, and he finds it with precision. It just started to look more likely as well in the last couple of minutes. Fitzroy got into a groove.
Luong made things work. Galper, enough for Yee, no, not in play. Adrian Attard, ensuring play remains fluent on his officiating side. He, in the first match, was accepting no nonsense. As one might say, no malakias. Hasn't been much of that tonight, despite the Lucas Hogan sending off, which had occurred after the full-time whistle had sounded, which was brewing from Hogan in recent weeks, to be honest. Carlton won't be happy. Russo, meanwhile, can make it 2, which he does. It's another day in the park for Fitzroy. There's a reason why they're the best, and well, the national winners, the title defenders, storm in for a second. Aku have to manage the game. They've conceded 2 goals, which means we'll have a timeout break. Fitzroy in front, 2-0. Two and a half left in the first half. The last first half of round 6 in the men's premiership here at Series. It's been quite the Sunday. There's been moments to remember. There's matches to remember. A classic derby, that of the Turkish variety, transpiring only prior to this one. And Well, Hume certainly gave it what they could. Apostolakis was outspoken in the post-match press conference, as he has been in recent weeks. What has been rather comical, since to a moment that he's looked to had prior to Moreland's wins following their, and I quote, slow start to the season, but the Blues hitting their strides, Ethan.
They're just starting to find that groove again, aren't they? They're beginning to look like a team who are posing a threat. There's a good mix in that side. The blueprint of what Gabriel Zeballos wants to do is starting to be seen a lot more. They just look like they've turned a corner, and now they look like a team who are back playing some of their best futsal. They weren't necessarily at their best tonight, but they found a way to win ugly again, and I think that's been missing from Moreland.
Ma. Yee. Here is Ma. Galper. That might work, you know. In fact, it certainly kept Peluso guessing. And Galatos puts the ball down in reluctance. Jason Ishak been told to hold the timeout. You'll see that come out within the last 10 seconds of play, I can guarantee. If I'm not a betting man, Ethan, but if I was, it would certainly come within the last 15 seconds of play of this first half in a typical Jimmy Soufis trademark fashion.
First time it's been momentarily teased by Fitzroy, pulling the troops in. Allen from the side ball. Didn't connect as cleanly as he would have liked. But it's been a quick burst. 2 in a matter of minutes. Has got what can be choppy waters to something more smooth. And Francis Marr is in conversation with the officials.
He's got to be careful, Francis. He's having a chat.
He can ill afford a wardrobe malfunction. He's already on a yellow. It's just a question on where the shin pads were positioned. He's got 1 up, 1 down at the moment, socks-wise. That's some style. There's Corey Swall. That's a lovely ball for Peluso with dancing feet and a good save from Grigg. Galper in retreat was fouled. Christian Peluso protests his innocence. Although it's not necessarily a plea being heard. As Francis Marr gets it back from Noah Marr. And now on for Angelatos. Galper, who was under duress when he got it. And there will be that timeout. We wondered when it would be issued. Fitzroy just fancy a word before the break. 2 in quick succession means as we get a timeout, it's Fitzroy 2, Melbourne Aku 0. Returning from timeout. Dying embers of the first half, although, as customary, Fitzroy never wastes a timeout and never wastes the opportunity to go and use one. Is there a look for them to get a third right at the end of the half? Nepomuceno Tried to thread it for Josh Allen. Now Rogan. Pepfilio just ran out of room. Now Angelatos is wincing as he went to go there.
Oh, no, don't like that. Don't like that at all. No, don't like to see it from Angelatos. He's not looking good here. He looks to be in a lot of discomfort. He was quick to come off. A night like this, you don't want to see that from an Aku player, especially out of Angelatos. The Angus variety, mind you.
Fitzroy have a free kick. No Omar. Quick to protest. Nepomuceno gave it a lash. And was not that far away. Closing stage of this first half. Time dwindling. Fitzroy will hold the lead into the break. Lucas Grigg went hyper direct, quarterback style in a way.
And you perhaps believing that the trajectory of the ball was not to go into his net. He'd done well to read at the keeper. It's great seeing Aaron back doing what he does best. He's looking good as well, it must be said.
He's also currently on track for a clean sheet as well. He's back with a smile on his face, which gives a smile to our face as well. We should be so lucky to have Aaron New, Australian international, and so far for him and for Fitzroy it's so good. As it stands, they're heading back to the top of the table on points, undisputed in their right. Half-time in Darebin. Fitzroy 2, Melbourne Aku 0. returning from half-time for the final time on match day. And at the moment, it is all going to plan for Fitzroy. They've got Sunday night fever. That is for sure. Their lead isn't fragile. The Tigers have been terrific so far. Aku, though, in the second half, they've got an opportunity to steer themselves from quite a, not necessarily perilous, but unfortunate position into something with just a bit more flavour. And I think maybe that attacking guile is what they need on the other side in this second patch if they are to get back in the game. It's Angelatos, who lost a shin pad for Noah Mar. Parthamos blocked. Francis Mar was lurking and winning, and now Angelatos had 2 to go round. 2 Mars now combined. Quick update at half-time from Angus Angelatos.
It's all good. It was a major exaggeration of both parties. He's okay.
Robotis is on his way through and steers in certainly. 3 goals and they're well on their way to 3 points.
He has a fever. Does Robotis to prove himself, and once he had a sighting for goal, it was love at first sight, considering he had all of Lucas Grigg's 2 posts to aim at. The placement perfect. And a night like this for Fitzroy, they have tripled their advantage and lead 3 goals to 0.
Tigers maybe just burning up. Aku really not wanting this to get away from them. And now Filio, who had Francis Mar to go at. Went on the switch, Angelatos cut it out well. Parthamos with a tidy intervention. Noah Mar gave chase. And Rogan went and won it back. Filio. Robotis. Parthamos gave it a hit, and Lucas Grigg was sure and sturdy.
This love affair between Parthamos and Fitzroy entering its blossoming phase, the prodigal son returning home. And he's just been such a seamless fit back into this Fitzroy camp, hasn't he? It's been more than a while now to make that evaluation. He has really not put a foot wrong upon his return home.
Robotis unable to get away from Noah Mar and just on Elias Parthamos in Fitzroy's garden. It's where the roses grow, and he's truly blossoming in this setup. As Leong got a bit ambitious. And here is Elias Parthamos on for Scott Rogan. Threaded for Robotis. Francis Mar stayed with him the whole way. Robotis then just continued to give chase. Filio was just teasing. Fitzroy wanting more from this game. Filio was just teasing Lucas Grigg and the near post.
They have been in this predicament in recent clashes before, have Aku. It's not as if we haven't seen this happen.
Filio's down. Whistle blown with some immediacy. Jimmy Soufis ushered on for a check.
Wouldn't say he was fragile. Pep Filio. Ben Howe certainly thought that something was a bit more than what it should have been, and Pep will precautionally come off the playing surface.
Thankfully seems to be okay. It's been a while since we've had injuries of some seriousness, which is good. Start of the season, we just couldn't get them out of our heads. It would be a weekly occurrence. Francis Mar, cut out by Russo. Robotis then lost out to Leong, who moved lusciously, and Aaron Yu was undeterred.
Parthamos got his shot away, nobody home at the back post. Wasn't exactly spinning around Parthamos, but had done just enough to steer away from those in front of him. Doesn't mind a spin or a roulette, it's firmly up his sleeve of trickery. Ma. Holds Rogan for now. Luong. Around Swall. Ma. Rogan pressing fluently. Russo not measuring for Swall, who was light years away from that pass. Galper burning up on that flank. We'll get a foul.
That's how Galper was just dragged down. He took to the dance floor to try and get through. And a yellow card issued as well. It was a quick pair of heels. Man from Byron Bay. And he wins Aku a free kick.
Galper, what can he try from here? Important, this opportunity. Aaron Yu. Quite the love affair it's become between the keeper and Fitzroy. Despite having experienced many different clubs in the past. Just seems right, doesn't it? Aaron Yu at Fitzroy. Lots of Western United flavour on court right now, considering they're, well, a defunct futsal team. But a question which has been posed in recent weeks, and I'd love the podcast to pick it up eventually. Pete, if you are listening, this is something I'd like you to discuss on the podcast. If Western United were to have remained a club, how they would fit currently in the title picture for this season. Forget maybe 2025, considering they were around and they had dissolved, but this season. Peter, I know you're watching. I'd love that to be a part of your podcast next week. Ethan, it's a difficult question to answer. I'm not going to make you answer it right now, but from a surface level, what do you reckon? What do you think?
I think it's one of the big what-ifs, really, when it comes to Western United, because of how abruptly and how quickly everything developed. You'd still have the Angelatoses. There's a lot of talent in that team.
And Corey Swall is too cool. What a lob it was over the top from Cosi Russo. Fitzroy scoring at will. It's really a case of whenever they might feel like it. And with passing precision on display from Cosi Russo, Jimmy Sufis would be saying, give it to me.
In his eyes, a move of sheer anticipation and yet another move of sheer perfection. Capped off by just such a suave Saul finish. All it needed was a poke to get in ahead, and he found a way to do that.
Could argue that Fitzroy are starting to drift light years away from Marco in this contest. It was a delicate touch from Corey Swall, almost butterfly-esque as he floated inside the D. Grigad committed, and all it took was a deft touch from Swall. Oscar Bryant back on the court. To try to show that the kids of Fitzroy are all right. Swall nearly. Greg reading well.
It's been that second half start in a real flourish. It's just given the reigning champions such a good ground to continue on to. Aku haven't been able to go with them intensity-wise in this second half. I'm sure the call just as it started to unwind at the end of the first half from Joe Akon and from Kiryu and the coaching staff would just be to go, well, please stay. Try and stay on intensity-wise and put them under as much pressure as you can. Unfortunately for them, it has not transpired that way. And Saul is charging. Galpa got across. And the lob long for Angelatos was always asking a lot of him. Where the first half flowed, this one's been a bit more scrappy. And for a Sunday that's given it everything to us, there certainly won't be a bittersweet goodbye at the end of this chapter. Maybe for Melbourne Aku there might be, going into the Easter break with how things are transpiring at the time being. Here's Angelatos. Angus back out on court, which is good to see. Moved it on quickly for Galpa. Francis Marr, Angus Angelatos. Saul went to press, given away to Russo, who's within range. And it fired. A good save from Lucas Grigg. A real hush around this place, which, if you've just joined us, it's hardly been that way this evening into the night. It's really been a boisterous atmosphere in Darebin all day.
There was lots of tension and hands flying around in the previous game. Bryant sits on the deck momentarily. Hasn't really been much of the story in this contest, the physicality. Hasn't really been a green light for either side to do so, considering it's been a rather, as you mentioned, Ethan, amicable game thus far, and Fitzroy have exercised control.
Here is Rousseau. Bryant, who worked the yards, then went and lost it. Oski picked it up. Galpa. For Angelatos. This game had a lot of impact on the story of the season so far. Could have held a lot of weight. Fitzroy have made it more of a formality. Definitely the conversation would have been around, can you win one more time before Easter? Go into the break in red-hot form. Set yourselves up for a second part of the period that can actually be quite testing.
Testing, considering clubs certainly have to get stuck on perhaps the idea of, well, to hold on to now, really. How important the presence is, how important being present is, I should say. But you almost can't get stuck in that little conundrum, considering it is week by week. You do want to be as good as your last game, but you also want to think forward to the future, like Moreland do, for an example. So do Fitzroy. They know that, as time has showcased, the matches both clubs work towards. Pascoe Vale have shown signs of intent. Hume as well, not to mention. In recent seasons, Aku have been testing of the two strongest clubs currently in the country in the men's divisions, but it's difficult, really, for the likes of Aku to come up against a team like Fitzroy. And Peluso against his former employer. It's been, what, a real 10 out of 10 performance thus far from Fitzroy, and it's rounded out. Their fifth goal scored by Christian Peluso. It's a Vegas high for the Tigers.
Can also only just imagine what that does for him as well. For Christian Peluso, has been involved in the picture more this season. Minutes were a little bit sporadic the last couple of weeks, but he's got a great record in this game as a Tiger. Every time they've played against Aku since his move, he has scored, or has been involved in a massive way as well. So for him, it's a fixture he relishes.
And there was some, perhaps not fear, but definitely questioning prior to signing for Fitzroy. The offer was on the table. At this stage last year, he was donning the Aku green. He wasn't sure whether to stay around his long-time high school friends or make the journey elsewhere and begin a new series of relationships with those in Fitzroy colours, whether he was going to earn match minutes, match time, but he has really integrated well. The number 9 wasn't awarded to him for no reason. Jimmy Soufis must heavily tout that of Christian Peluso to be the immediate future at Fitzroy. And given by the amount of game time he has been receiving. Indication of that. He really believes a national winner he was with the Open Men's Tigers in 2025. Will well and truly establish himself, not just from last year or this year, but for many years to come.
Integrated well into the Fitzroy fold. Christian Peluso, I like his explosivity. Do the Tigers.
And against his former side, he might just say, well, it is better the devil you know. How devilish he's been for Fitzroy upon making the switch.
Josh Allen. Set it back for Peluso. Bryant. Aaron Yu went long, and Bryant couldn't steer it for Robotis. Move in the making. Aku want timeout. Now, there were a couple of conversations about a confusion in the press, and those might be about to be addressed by QEMU's side as we get a timeout. Fitzroy in firm control. They lead Aku 5-0. Aku wanted timeout. Aku got timeout on a night which has really not gone their way. They're just now in the final half of this second half, having a salvage whatever they can from the evening. This a blemish on the record. 2 tests in 2 weeks for QEMU's side. One against Moreland, where they were closed off. They won't be wanting to suffer similar clean sheet shortcomings again this week. They'll want to at least blemish the Fitzroy clean sheet. They want to get themselves going because 2 tests for 2, they haven't passed either. For a team who started with a great momentum, it's petered out unfortunately, and Peluso couldn't quite find a finishing touch.
Griggs night all done. Dan Baker on court. Brother of Melbourne City prodigy Matthew Baker. He's quite the baller. Ethan, you familiar? Have to be. He's up your end of town. Always play at Casey Fields, Melbourne City.
Well acquainted out there. Casey Fields, regular stopping grounds. Have to keep your research as a commentator. These are things you have to know.
It's too far from here, though, let's be honest. If you live in the southeast, it's not far at all. In the north, you'll need either 10 trains and buses to get there or half a tank of petrol. This economy, that's a luxury. I'm not wrong. You're looking at me to say, what are you trying to say, Ethan?
You're not wrong.
Those in the southeast will cry supremacy. I agree. It's quite the part of town. It's Parthamos. Has all the town talking about him. Scoreline getting away from Aku. Fitzroy running away. 9 minutes left to play. They lead by 6-0.
It's just such a well-worked move. And it's the desire from Parthamos just not to give up on it. To go out, claim it. He's had a good night. That, the exclamation point on what's been a very solid performance from him. From someone who, in his second season on the return, has really kicked on. Really, really kicked on. And is starting to become a pivotal piece to the puzzle. A night Aku want to forget. And Galatos lashing wide. Any goal at this point, you feel is merely consolation. for QEMU's side. And that's a real rarity. A loose touch from Scott Rogan.
Would this result put Aku under any pressure, Ethan?
There is a rot just starting to set in at Melbourne Aku. 2 straight defeats. Perhaps a little bit. Possibly. It's hard to discern how it couldn't. It's something they have to respond from. Quite the helter-skelter fortnight for them. They won't want to stay there for too long. There's a side who every season won it all. This has got to be a blip on the radar instead of something more frequent. Here's Noah Mark. Steered it on for Ruslan. With height for Angelatos. Rogan in retreat. Set back for Parthamos. Sorted himself out well. Now Rogan, too long for Robotis. No Omar. Set it off for Ruslan and sold Ruslan short. Parthamos deflected and in. Yet more Melbourne Aku misfortune. But Elias Parthamos is at it again. Harsh on Baker. Little he could have done. It took a wicked flick. Fitzroy flying. Aku frustration starting to be shown. There's Rogan. Parthamos. Filio. Fitzroy really in the groove. Saw out Rogan on his own, and Baker had to go the long way. His clearance found Francis Marr. Set it off for Galpa. Reset through Leong. Francis Marr. Galpa. Bit of patience just to take some sting out of a second half, which has really been a garden full of thorns for QEMU's side. Leong threaded it only for Filio. Parthamos, Rogan. Again for Elias Parthamos. Fitzroy toying with the press that Aku were going for. Rogan did well to evade, and now Saul's on his own, and the touch was loose. Oscar Yee. Galpa. It's not the way they wanted to go into Easter. Certainly not a happy Sunday. And that could transpire into a bit of a blue Monday as well for Melbourne Aku. Especially off the back of 2 weeks that have been quite torrid. Saul and Parthamos looking to bully their way through, and Corey Saul slashes in another. Fitzroy firing on all cylinders. At their relentless best. Top of the table. Unquestioned, unchallenged. It seems like they've gone up a gear. Since that Hume defeat a few weeks ago, they've really hit their straps. And have started to make this a title chase out of vengeance more than anything. Crown is theirs to keep. And they are making sure it stays on a head which isn't heavy. And Russo! A rocket! Aku misery complete. Defensive delegation turning to complete calamity. Against a side you can ill afford to be calamitous against. Ma. Leong. Now Oscar Yee. Galpa with a loose touch, and he had no support. This is getting ugly for Aku. Never seen a system abandon itself quite like this. Russo out of room. Leong, Galpa. Set it back for Francis Marr. Tal Galpa again. There's a lot of poise about the way they're going about this. Francis Marr skipped across and Filio came firing through. 5 to the close then for your Sunday night. And Fitzroy have made this one quite the formality. Aku wanting some sort of consolation, something to cling on to. Galpa couldn't go around the corner. Filio got it back from Russo. Went searching for Saul. Russo, Filio! They were close to walking it in. Just frightening how quickly the switch gets flicked when they see even the briefest of opportunities as Saul steers over. Fitzroy really playing some fever pitch futsal right now. And Aku getting washed away. Francis Marr. Leong. Yi lost out. Sewell set it back. Rousseau happy to take the sting out. Allen. Sewell had to stretch and then did superbly. Allen kept the move rolling. Waited on the runners. Filio. Corey Sewell was there. Allen on the follow-in. Will walk it in. A flowing move. Symmetry from start to finish. As Fitzroy find another.
And Kuyumu has seen enough. Clipboard's gone afraid. The walls are being punched in. Aku frustrated. It's really escaped them. And despite in other performances against the Tigers, remaining valiant and competitive in defeat, double digits, which Fitzroy have been able to facilitate upon their opponents. It's been a no-prisoner performance from the Tigers, a lopsided affair.
Such a stark drop-off from first to second half. It's almost as if Aku expended their energy before the break. Been running on fumes since. Have been needing a way to get some acceleration and fuel. And Angelatos hits, Noah Mars following. Sean Price denies him twice. Clip for Bryant, given away to Marr, rolled on for Angelatos. Parthamos got a foot in, Russo refound him with some fine flick. Allen's footwork, Oscar Bryant, tiptoeing beyond them all, but not beyond Baker, who was in and there to deny him. And this not just any loss for Melbourne Aku. Outside of it being one of immense frustration, it seems like the identity's been abandoned in this second period.
Oh. Ethan, you know what you're saying majority of the time, and I don't think there's been more of a time where you've made such a valid point. This is not the Aku I know. This is not the Aku we've seen. There's been a real loss of identity. It's almost identity theft. Yes, Fitzroy are a difficult beast in their own right, but wow. Aku have just been nowhere near it tonight. Nowhere near it. And it's somber. It's not the best way to see out what's been a decent day of futsal. Make it 3 important players not in the squad this evening. Fernandez, can't really bear to watch. Irwin, rather reserved. Nakano, thinking about his McDonald's order, but it's a lot to build on from this tonight for Aku. And Peluso is simply stat padding. against his former side. Doesn't mind what he has to do. It's bleak viewing. In all honesty, as Fitzroy run right. 11-0 on the score.
Aku wilting. Peluso fighting for everything. Certainly no love lost between him and his former employer. Fitzroy, throughout this second half, have just shown possibly the fiercest gear that they've got. And Angelatos was steering to the back post for Jack Peluso, who just couldn't steer in. But this one, forgettable, for all the wrong reasons. As far as Kiwi Mew is concerned. Peluso with a loose touch. Rarity for him tonight. He's usually shown a clean pair of heels. Dying embers of this one. Dying embers of Sunday. Oscar Bryant still wanting the fire to rage on. Angelatos did well. Peluso for Ma. Noah Ma set it back for Angelatos. Tidy return from those two. Peluso tracked it all the way. Noah Ma. Again for Angelatos. This is one, thankfully, that weeks off can be ones where you dwell. Something tells me this will be one of refreshment for Aku. See if they can turn their fortunes as we enter a more wintry stretch. But Filio, Angelatos slid, it was chest. Fitzroy handball, shouts turned away. Angelatos wanting the time to tick down. Peluso measured for Ma. No, Ma couldn't quite work an angle for a shot. Angelatos. Leong. Still wanting to work an angle for a shot. Peluso. Angelatos got in, and Price came quickly to dive on it. Filio. And Peluso had a great look to get a late one, and he steered it wide of the post. Price long. Angelatos tidy. Bryant went to wrestle. And Fitzroy want timeout. They will get timeout in the dying stages of Sunday. They've been superb. This one a formality. Fitzroy lead 11-0. Returning for the close. Fitzroy have been at their feverish best. The second half, really quite a sumptuous display. Is there time for one more for the road? Bryant, Parthamos, Filio, Oscar Bryant left it behind, and now maybe Aku could get a consolation. Leong, not beyond Bryant, then Parthamos, now Peluso. Cut out, one by another. Jack Peluso will be able to get beyond Christian, who was charging. and Galatos. It'll be the top for Fitzroy and Easter, but Noamar blemishes the clean sheet at least. A fine flick from the peroxide package. They might be out of time for a remontada, but at least they have something to smile about. Tigers, top of the table. The clock will beat Aku, but it won't matter. Fitzroy supreme. They go top of the tree. It's been a pleasure having you with us here on Sunday. Enjoy the Easter break if you celebrate. Full time in Darabin. Fitzroy 11, Melbourne Aku 1.